Good morning. This is Chair Douglas for the record. We will call the meeting to order. We'll take roll. Sure we have a quorum for the record.
Great, thank you. Member Merritt,
Present.
Member Durrett,
Present.
Member Nylander,
Present.
Dr. Young,
Present.
and Chair Douglas.
Present. We have a complete board this morning. That will move us to public comment. First matter on agenda. If you're making public comment, please state your name for the record before you address whatever subject you wish to address.
We'll start with Las Vegas. Is there anyone here wishing to provide public comment today?
Good morning. Lake Martin, Executive Director of the Nevada Cannabis Association. I have comment on agenda item 8, the petition from Sala Consulting. Regulating on-site consumption and sales at large events is a new concept and one that could benefit from additional discussion and input from stakeholders. We would ask that the board consider referring the petition to the Cannabis Advisory Commission for further analysis and recommendations. In the alternative, or even in addition to referring the petition to the CAC, we would ask that the board schedule a workshop so that the public can participate and provide input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in Las Vegas? We'll move to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to provide public comment today?
Hello. My name is Will Adler, and I'm here representing the Sierra Cannabis Coalition. The Sierra Cannabis Coalition is a coalition of cannabis license holders in Nevada focused solely on the economic prosperity of Nevada's cannabis licenses. In the past, I've spoken about the fines produced by this board and the time and effort charges that were recently incurred. But really, the biggest pain point that I wanted to talk about, the one that continues today, and is most relevant recently, was the fair market value assessment. That got reassessed and came out July 1st this year, and then had to be re-released a couple times. We have landed on a fair market value of $2,074 per pound. Today, the industry as a whole is not selling, and even on an average or even on the high end, selling marijuana pounds of flower for $2,074 a pound. In fact, in a lot of cases, it's not even half of that. And it is, somewhere around $700 to $1,000 would be a good price point to sort of say is closer to the average. Well, that effect does have a great downstream effect on us as a whole as an industry, because cultivators cannot grow efficiently or at a proper price point when the 15% wholesale value, which is what the fair market value is supposed to be, it's supposed to keep us all selling it, paying the same 15% tax, is now $340 per pound. $340 per pound out of a $700 pound is no longer 15%. That is somewhere between 40 and 60% of the costs that we're able to sell it for is now going to the tax for the fair market value assessment. So today, these structural concerns of ours, these structural concerns of the industry are so real and so present to us today that people are selling at a loss just to make sure they're continuing to have operations and have their lights going to sell it for something. So today we're saying the fair market value is a little slow and it does need to be re-looked at. If there's any way we can retool this, assessing this at the board level on down, even a monthly assessment that keeps up with the real-time data and the real-time sales value would be extremely helpful to us, because it would actually track the actual sales we're actually produced, because today they're not keeping up with the 15% they're supposed to be. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time and efforts looking at this issue, because it is one of great concern to everyone in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in Carson City wishing to provide public comment today? Okay, looks like it's it. Chair, back to you.
That then would move us to item number 2, meeting minutes, consideration for approval of the June 28th, 2022 Cannabis Compliance Board meeting minutes for possible action. The members of the board have reviewed the minutes. If we can have a motion, and if you need time to take another look, please do so.
Member Merritt, I move that we approve the minutes.
We have a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
This is Member Young. I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any additional discussion as to the minutes or corrections? Hearing none, all in favor of approving the minutes, please say aye.
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 It's unanimous. We have no abstentions or nays. That moves us to consent agenda, item number 3, and we start with the complaints.
Thank you, Chair. Item 3A on the agenda concerns 3 complaints today for disciplinary action pursuant to NRS 678A510. The Attorney General has reviewed these violations and has recommended proceeding with disciplinary action. As usual, I'm requesting the board's approval to proceed with each of these disciplinary actions. And if approved, I'll then authorize service of the complaints. Once the complaints are out for service, they will be posted online on the CCB's website. So as to respondent A, the complaint will allege violations of NRS Chapter 678C and violations of NCCR Regulation 4 and Regulation 6. As to respondent B, the complaint will allege violations of NCCR Regulation 4, NCCR Regulation 6, NCCR Regulation 9, and Regulation 10. And as to respondent C, the complaint will allege violations of NRS Chapter 678B, NCCR Regulation 4, and NCCR Regulation 5. With that, I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Members of the board, you've now heard what those complaints are, seeing that the board does not receive the complaints until they are on the agenda and have been approved for service. Having said that, do we have a motion for acceptance and to allow these matters to go out for the necessary service and additional procedure?
Member Durrett, I move to approve the proceeding with the disciplinary action or with issuing of the complaints against respondents A, B, and C under agenda item 3A.
Thank you.
Member Merritt, I'll second it.
It's been moved in second. Any additional discussion or questions? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 It passes unanimously. We move to item number B under consent, conditional approval for request for transfers of interest. The first matter up is natural medicine with a number of transfers of interest. Name all of them at this point, but we will get there. Yes.
Chief Staley, when you're ready, you can start on those.
Board member, members of the board, this is David Staley. I'm the chief of the investigations division. First item on the conditional approvals is natural medicine. It's CTOI 21000022, 21000023, and 22000019. The applicants have requested approval for an internal dilutions of co-managers DF Investment LLC and Drifting Cloud LLC to make additional membership interest. They will do an internal dilution to allow other investors to come in to natural medicine. We had identified some areas of concern regarding late payments. The natural medicine has provided their response to us, and it appears appropriate at this time. The applicants have also requested for waivers of 5112 and 5125 of NCCR Regulation 5.110. With that, Chair, I'll leave it back to you.
Council, licensee, if you wish to make a statement.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Jeff Ben David appearing on behalf of Natural Medicine. Jimmy is
Don Foreman.
He is manager and principal of, he is the owner and operator of DF Investments LLC, which is the majority holder. Your Honor, we ask that you approve. We've provided a written explanation of the late returns that were filed in 2020. And I believe Haley is satisfied with those responses. If you'd like us to comment on it, you have any questions, I could walk you through, in addition to that, the different transfers that occurred the dilution formula, how we got there, and the new members. I can answer any of those.
Members of the board, questions or party or council? Or members of the board are pondering. I note that there's a plan for correction, and hopefully that will take care of future problems that we hopefully will not have, and have you back here in that procedure. And on the stipulation order for settlement of disciplinary action, from the licensee standpoint, you're aware of the memorandum. Did we get that date corrected on here? Noted for the record that what came to my book had one type, that was for a payment, a 6th installment that was listed for Tuesday, January 17th. And it was showing 2022, it should 2023.
Yeah.
That's agenda item number 4. That's for, this is just, yeah, right. With that, do we have a motion for approval?
Member Drat, I move to approve the request for transfer under agenda item B1. Are there conditions?
Okay.
Member
And
Merritt, I'll second.
that's with the conditions expressed by our staff.
Yes.
With that all in, well, any additional comments or questions? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 It passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Which now moves us to Greenleaf Production.
Good morning, Chair Douglas, members of the board. Item number B2 is the conditional TOI for Greenleaf Productions LLC. TOI C2110015 through C2100020, as well as TOI 210024, provide for Curtis Thew to divest all of his ownership interest to the existing members of Greenleaf Productions LLC. Staff did identify an area of concern regarding 5 late paid tax filings. But we believe that we can review those in connection with the regular TOI of when we do that later. We don't believe it has to be handled today. With that, Chair Douglas, I'll return it back to you.
From the licensee standpoint, if you'd identify yourself and any statement you wish to make.
Steve Cantwell, owner operator of Green Life Productions. This is my wife, Juanine,
Via Greenleaf
Uh,
Productions.
and just looking for a simple transfer of interest from one owner to the rest of us. All of them
2%.
pre-approved, just 2%, nothing real big.
All right, thank you. Questions by members of the,
Mr. Chairman, this is Member Nylander. How's the business going?
Amazing, extremely successful. Other than some of the time and effort billing.
as it goes, welcome to the business. With that, any other board member have a question or comment? If not, can we have a motion for approval?
Member Durrett, I move to approve agenda item B2, the transfers of interest between Green Life Productions, with the understanding that there may be discussion of the late tax filings related to other applications.
With that, do we have a second?
This is Member Young, I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion or questions? Hearing none, all in favor of approval, please say aye.
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 Passes unanimously. Thank you very much
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
and good luck. We're going to take the next item out of order, and that's item number 8, petition filed pursuant to NRS 678A 460-1D. Sala Consulting on behalf of RNBW petition to amend NCCRs 1456, 9, 11, 13, and 16.
Good morning, Chris Anderson with Solid Consulting for the record. What I'd like to do is just give a brief summary of this petition and then plus the board's guidance as to how you would like me to explain or review the entire petition, since it affects quite a few chapters of the regulatory policy. So first off, I view this petition as a pilot to test the waters at bringing the illicit cannabis use that happens at many events under the CCB's purview for the benefit of the consumers and the state of Nevada. The goal is to allow for a trial of cannabis sales and consumption operated by best-in-class event organizers in conjunction with sales facilities. With this petition, I'm hoping that we can work together to legitimize the cannabis activity that's been a staple of live events ever since Woodstock. So, with regard to the specifics of the changes in each chapter, would you like me to just summarize the changes from each chapter? That'd be
Please
helpful.
do so.
Okay. So first off, NCCR 1, the petition proposes adding definitions of event owner, temporary cannabis event permit, and temporary cannabis event. And if there are no questions, I'll move to the next section. NCCR 4, the petition proposes changes to add violations for offenses by temporary cannabis event permittees. So that's more of conforming changes. And in NCCR 5, modify inspections for temporary cannabis events to comport with their transient nature. So it's a little bit different than a final inspection on a brick and mortar facility. And NCCR 5 also enumerates application requirements. And just a summary of those application requirements. Temporary cannabis event permit is a one-time, non-transferable permit issued by the board to a sales facility, which authorizes cannabis sales and consumption in designated areas. Temporary cannabis event permit applications are to be completed and submitted by participating retail licensees who have entered into a contract with the event promotion entity. Event owners must receive and provide proof of permission from local jurisdictions. Applicants must not have any deficiency, unpaid taxes, time and effort billing, or any other outstanding fees to the CCB. It's immediate rejection or denial of the application if any of those unpaid taxes or fees exist. The application also requires an event diagram with enhanced detail of any cannabis sales and consumption spaces. Address, obviously signifying the local jurisdiction. Minimum 25,000 daily attendance. And this provision is to ensure that these events are of the magnitude where they have the necessary resources and wherewithal to conduct a compliant event in this pilot phase. The maximum duration would be 5 consecutive days. Events must prohibit firearms and any other weapons, and must maintain on-site emergency medical services. And this is for outdoor events only. If there are no questions on the application section, I'll move on to NCCR 6. That's just conforming changes to require temporary cannabis events to comply with visitor procedures, training, standard operating procedures, and security. NCCR 9, again, conforming changes to apply public health regulations to these temporary cannabis events. NCCR 11, again, conforming changes to add events to lab regulations. NCCR 13, there's an exception in this section. There's an exception to delivery requirements to facilitate the agile response needed in an event setting. And NCCR 16 would be the new chapter for temporary cannabis events. And I'll just highlight some of the key provisions. You'll see a lot of familiar language in this section. The vast majority of these regulations were directly carried over from the consumption lounge regulations that this body finalized last month. But a couple of additions here. So ID check within the temporary cannabis event, sales and consumption area, wristbanding to prohibit polysubstance use, single sale products only, and per sale limits conform with the consumption lounge regulations. And lastly, again, you'll see in the operations section, events must maintain on-site emergency medical services. So that is a summary of what's contained in these proposed regulations. Happy to ask any questions or walk through specific sections.
Questions by members of the board at this time?
This is
Go ahead.
Member Nylander. I apologize. Mr. Anderson, I guess I have a broader question. I know that you've gone through the regulations and they've done a good job of sort of incorporating the consumption lounge provisions. But my broader question is, AB 322 from the last legislative session would have specifically addressed this, and it failed in the legislature. So I guess I'm wondering why we're bringing this back to this board instead of back to the legislature for another more specific authorization for this.
Yeah, Chris Anderson with Solid Consulting for the record. Yeah, what I would say is that number one, I don't think that these regulations are, kind of one for one. You could really compare them to AB 322. In fact, in reviewing AB 322, I didn't really find a lot that I could use for these regulations. So I'd have to go back and kind of match them up and see how similar they are. Again, I can tell you that I didn't really use most of that as a guideline for this. Some of the inspiration that I drew on for these regulations came from California, although I didn't use many of those provisions. I did draw some inspiration also from Michigan, and there I did find some provisions that would be helpful for this new regulation. And the other thing that I would say in response to that is that these regulations are pretty narrow in their scope and effect, and this really is a pilot program, not a full-blown cannabis events program, which is what AB 322 was, if memory serves me correctly. And it would have allowed for many, many more quote unquote events as they were defined in that legislation.
Thank you for that. And I understand that, but I guess the fact that the legislature chose not to proceed with a more specific authorization gives me some concern, because parallel, we have been applying a ton of resources to the consumption lounge program, which we still don't know how that's going to work. We've done our best efforts, but from a staffing perspective, I don't know that the agency, we had to ramp up staff as that bill went along, and post that bill passing with IFC, there's a whole process, and this would be a heavy lift for us, and I don't know that we have the capacity to do it, given everything else we're doing at the time right now. So, that's just a comment from me. It's not really a question. But the normal process would be, we would have specific legislative authorization, and then we would go to workshops. We would get public input, because, one of the things here is that I don't know what the impact is on the industry, in terms of, how it will affect cultivation, just the dispensary side. I mean, we don't have any analysis of that, which is what we did do in respect of the consumption lounges. It's just a comment. You can respond however you want. It's not really a question.
Sure. Chris Anderson with Solid Consulting for the record. Yeah, I'll respond just briefly. Number one, the legislature did see fit to give the Cannabis Compliance Board expanded authority to regulate public consumption within AB 341. And so that, authority, I'm not an attorney, but I believe that authority resides with this board now. And that I also believe that was the legislature's intent, to allow for pilots and trials like this. And again, what you would be passing with this petition is not, a cannabis events regulatory regime. It's not a full-blown cannabis events regulatory regime. It is a limited pilot program. You would maybe see a couple events, avail themselves of this regulation if you chose to pass it. And to the point of resources, because I must defer to your staff on that one.
Thank you. I didn't have any more questions or concerns.
Member Drett, I have kind of a question comment also. It perhaps what the petition seeks and what Member Nylander is saying are not inconsistent, because we do have a legislative session around the corner. So perhaps there could be discussions around this could proceed in preparation for the next legislative session, where it would be requested to have the kind of budget that would be required to handle something like this. That's it. So maybe they're not inconsistent, and they can work together. I think conceptually it's so hard to imagine, but it's gonna happen. And we started out in 2015 when I was lobbying. It was mostly cannabis was shunned. Everyone was on board. Not everyone was even on board with medical, and that took a comfort level. Then it's okay. I'm on board with medical, but not adult use. Okay, then I'm okay with adult use, but not consumption lounges. And now we have consumption lounges, and we also have nightclubs where alcohol flows freely. So I am on board with the concept, and I hope that working together, you can get the funding for the staff that would be required.
Thank you, Member Durrett. Chris Anderson with Solid Consulting again for the record. Since you said it was a little bit of a question, I'll respond just briefly. Yes, count me in as a volunteer to make sure that this board gets the staffing it needs to execute this in its current form and in potentially a broader future form. I do not obviously work for you, but I think it's important that obviously the board is well funded. And, I understand that this is something that will take, some extra staff effort. So yeah, I agree with your take. And again, getting this out into the open, trying this, I think lays the groundwork for the board get that funding next year.
You had mentioned, Mr. Anderson, Michigan and California. Literature, I saw California was just passing something. Has anyone actually done something under this special event format, or they've just passed some legislation in those states?
Yeah, California, several events have happened in California. I don't look to that, those regulations as being a model for us, but they have done it. I can't, I wasn't involved, so I can't testify to, how successful or safe they were. But I know that California has done these. Michigan has passed a little bit more of a robust regulatory regime, more along the lines of what you're looking at. And I'm not sure if they've done their first event yet, but if they haven't, I think it's right around the corner, because they've had these regulations in place for several months, if not a year. I think there have been some local issues where people are, again, just like this in Michigan, people have to get local jurisdiction approval. I think there've been some issues there, specifically in Detroit.
The other is, I know you've put this out as a kind of pilot program. There would be a lot of discussion as to the issues as to outdoor only, as to largeness, so to speak, of the event, things of that nature by a number of parties, which we've heard in other meetings. But one of the concerns and one of the feedback we need is from our various law enforcement throughout the state, as well as the county and the city fathers and mothers who run those jurisdictions, who, as you've noted, have to say it's okay to do that in their communities. But the concern is, having you spent time doing this, but some public feedback and some review by some other parties as to this particular proposal. And as was mentioned, our concerns about our ability to properly oversee these kinds of events, should they occur, even a pilot program, as we start this next phase of lounges, which is going to be real interesting for us and new staff and the older existing staff who are on board in those areas, just based on what's going on these days. And I do kind of concur, this type of thing is going to happen. It's just a matter of when. So this may be a good least starting point to start by looking at this. Any other comment by our board members before we look for a motion? Speaking for myself, I'd like to see this matter referred to our advisory group to take a look at, to begin to work through, and to allow us to get into some kind of public comment process as well. Because again, if we want to do it, even a pilot program, we need to do it right, because just being very candid with you, if it's done and it's done wrong, that kills it for a while. If it's done right, then everything is great. But having said that, so I think, and I look to council, giving this to our advisory to take a look at. And I was trying to think what the proper motion is in terms of the language for denying this request without prejudice, referring it to advisory commission. That would be my motion.
Mr. Chairman, this is Member Nylander. I would support that motion to deny without prejudice and refer it to the advisory committee. That's the very reason we have the advisory committee formally established. And it was of great use to us during the consumption lounge promulgation. And I think here, you know, they could take the initial comments, as you said, and I'm particularly interested in the law enforcement perspective from the local jurisdictions, as well as, you know, other input from the industry and the public. I think that's a great mechanism to do that. And as you said, I don't want to do this hastily and get it wrong. And a pilot project, you know, I always think of as, you know, you're dipping your toe in the water to see sort of what happens. Well, I don't think we want to dip our toes in the water if it's 1,000 degrees and we don't know it. So I just think we would need much more information. So I would second your motion, and I didn't have any further comments or questions.
We have a motion, we have a second. Additional comments or discussion?
Yeah, may I add to it that I know this may slow it down, but I think there also needs to be a discussion within that of social equity and how those applicants are going to play a role in this, because otherwise I know that there may be a pool of people requesting legislation to do similar items, and that's going to be their focus. And so they'll be on two different tracks. So I think this commission should include that that discussion as well. And I'm in favor.
Any other board member wish to make any comments? All in favor of denying without prejudice and referring to our advisory commission, please say aye.
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 Matter passes unanimously. Thank you, and this gets us started.
Thank you.
We come back to our regular place in the agenda. We now proceed with item number 4, consideration of proposed settlement agreements to review disciplinary action, Cannabis Compliance Board versus Healthcare Option and Patients Enterprise LLC, case number 2021-53.
And good morning, Chair and members of the board. Senior Deputy Attorney General Mike Detmer for the record. Presented for the board's consideration under item 4A of today's agenda is the proposed settlement agreement under case number 2021-53 CCB versus Healthcare Options for Patients Enterprises, otherwise known as HOPE. This matter arises from a disciplinary complaint that was filed and served on the respondent on or about December 8th, 2021. The violations alleged in the complaint include, in summary, as to its medical and adult use and cultivation licenses, 5 category 4 violations for failing to have necessary agent cards. As to its adult use production license, 1 category 1 violation for making a false statement to the board, 5 category 5 violations for failing to submit necessary reports. As to its medical production license, 6 category 5 violations for failing to submit necessary reports. And as to both its medical and adult use production licenses, 5 category 4 violations for failing to have necessary agent cards. Subsequent to the filing of the complaint, on or about January 25th, 2022, HOPE came before the board for an approval of a transfer of interest. During the investigation for that transfer of interest, CCB investigators discovered multiple additional violations HOPE is alleged to have committed, but which were not included within the complaint. When the violations that were discovered during this investigation are aggregated with those that are alleged in the complaint, the potential discipline could amount to possible suspension, revocation of the licenses, and a civil penalty amounting to more than $597,000. The terms of the complaint before the board today and proposed resolution of the aforementioned violations include respondents' admission to, as to its medical and adult use licenses, 5 category 4 violations for failure to have agent cards. As to its medical production license, 6 category 5 violations for failing to submit necessary reports. As to its adult use production license, 1 category 2 violation for an unintentional false statement, and 5 category 5 violations for failing to submit required reports. Respondent also agrees to pay civil penalties totaling $130,000 within 30 days of the approval of the agreement, should the board choose to approve it, or pursuant to the payment plan that is described within the agreement itself. Respondent provided a plan of correction, which is detailed in paragraph 24 of the agreement, and which CCB staff has approved. In summary, this plan of correction includes the following: procurement of the necessary agent cards or waivers, implementation of systems to ensure proper reporting of your sales, as well as timely submission of required reports, and additional training of employees, as well as assignment of multiple employees that are dedicated to oversee compliance. This, of course, is just a summary of the primary terms of the agreement, with the full terms being provided within the document itself. Based on the facts of the case, the aforementioned corrective actions, as well as the respondent's admissions to the violations, the Attorney General's office recommends that the CCB approve this agreement. I am available to answer any questions, as well as counsel for the respondent, Brianna Martinez, and I believe Dr. Rubin from Hope is also present on Zoom. And with that, I submit.
Comments on behalf of the licensee?
Yes, good morning, Brianna Martinez from Kemper Kroll, appearing on behalf of Hope. Dr. Howard Rubin, Hope CEO and managing member, is appearing via Zoom. I just want to make sure that he could actually hear us. We would request that the board vote and approve the stipulation and settlement. Just have a couple brief comments to make. First, I want to thank the Attorney General's office, Attorney General, Mr. Detmer and Mr. Rath for their patience and their work on the settlement. We negotiated it for over 7 months. Hope experienced several mitigating circumstances which led to these violations, but it has taken great strides to implement corrective measures as mentioned by Mr. Detmer. And finally, Hope is committed to maintaining its compliance and preventing any further violations, and that we would request that the settlement be approved.
Questions by board members of our council licensee?
Mr. Chairman, this is Member Nylander. I just have a disclosure. I am of counsel with the law firm Kemper Kroll, and Ms. Martinez is also part of that firm. However, I don't have any pecuniary interests in the firm. I simply share office space with them basically, and I help with some gaming matters, but I'm firewalled off from anything having to do with cannabis. And so I don't think it would affect my independent judgment in this matter. And so I intend to proceed. Thank you.
Did we have a representative from Healthcare Options?
You
Yes.
should be via Zoom, Dr. Rubin.
Can you hear me?
He's there.
Yes, we can hear you. I'm just wanting to make sure that you're aware of what's contained in the stipulation order for settlement of the disciplinary action.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, there's a laundry list of things involved in this, and also the payment plan. I am very concerned about what occurred. Part of me is happy it was settled and resolved, but nonetheless, I am concerned and bothered by it. But based upon the parties and the correction, and I would make a motion to accept the stipulation for settlement action.
Member Durrett, I second.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Do we have any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All right.
It's been approved unanimously. Thank you. And I noted incorrectly earlier, there was a typo. I don't know if it's an initial.
It has been corrected, correct?
Mike Detmer, for the record, it will be. I'm going to approach defense counsel after this agenda item is finished.
Yeah, thank you, because that would put them in violation of it before they even signed it.
Understood, Chair, and I thank the chair for
Thank
noticing.
you. We appreciate that.
Thank the chair, I thank the board and council.
Thank you.
The next item up on our agenda is Cannabis Compliance Board versus Seth Holy Cross. Okay. I bypass Crosby, we'll take Holy Cross, number 2022-79. Um,
No, Chair, for the record, Senior Deputy Attorney General Ashley Balducci, Mr. Holycross asked if we trail it. He's trying to make an appearance simultaneously with this board meeting.
We will trail that,
Thank you.
and thus we will come back to the one I just omitted, the Faith Crosby, number 2022-58, and I don't know if council has had contact or.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the board, good morning. It's Emily Boardlove, Senior Deputy Attorney General representing CCB for the record. As noted, the second settlement agreement on the agenda is for CCB versus Faith Cosby, case number 2022-58. Ms. Cosby, it's my understanding she's appearing via Zoom today. So after I provide a brief summary, she's available for questions. She did not retain counsel. She is representing herself pro se. The CCB filed and served the complaint here on February 28th, 2022. Ms. Cosby later contacted the CCB to discuss possible resolution. The Attorney General's office, representing the CCB, coordinated with Ms. Cosby to reach a resolution without her having to file an answer to the complaint. The parties agreed to resolve the matter in a manner that was mutually agreeable to Ms. Cosby, the CCB staff, and the Attorney General's office. The events at issue in the complaint occurred at the Essence Tropicana dispensary. Essence reported to the CCB that on or about April 15th, 2021, a person under 21 entered its dispensary and attempted to purchase cannabis inside. That person had previously purchased cannabis through its drive-thru. On or about April 15th, Ms. Cosby was working as a guest consultant stationed at the reception to verify guest age on their identification cards. Video surveillance provided by Essence shows Ms. Cosby at reception, where she greeted the underage person in question, received and disposed of dispensary guest bag from the underage person, then scanned the underage person's ID, seemingly failing to notice the bearer scan notification that she was underage, and allowed her to proceed into the dispensary. Additional video provided shows one of Essence's other employees discovering the person was underage when she attempted to purchase cannabis at the dispensary's point of sale. According to Essence, the sale was not completed and the underage person was escorted from the dispensary. The CCB settled with Essence separately regarding the underage sales as memorialized a settlement agreement in case number 2021-50. All the employees involved in the underage sales through the drive-thru have also separately settled with the CCB. Settlement discussions here, Ms. Cosby stated that she understood the seriousness of the violation. Also, Ms. Cosby indicated that she was in training at the time, did not realize that the person was underage until the person had already left reception, and attempted to alert other staff to the issue as soon as Ms. Cosby realized the error. Ms. Cosby also indicated that she wanted to surrender her cannabis agent registration card as she no longer resides in Nevada, has no intention of returning to work in the cannabis industry in Nevada in the future. As set forth in the proposed settlement agreement to resolve this matter, Ms. Cosby explicitly admitted to failing to verify the age of a customer and allowing a person who is less than 21 years of age to enter or remain in a cannabis establishment under NCCR 4.0401A4 and 2A2. And she agreed to surrender her cannabis agent registration card to the CCB. The agreement also provides that she must wait 9 years and 11 months after surrender to apply for a card if she chooses to do so. As noted earlier, this matter differs from the previous settlement agreements brought before you, as Ms. Cosby did not actually sell cannabis to the underage person, unlike the employees in those other settlement agreements. So unless the board has any questions for me or Ms. Cosby, who is here present via Zoom, the Attorney General recommends and requests that the CCB approve the settlement agreement for you. Thank you.
Is Ms. Cosby here?
She's on audio.
Audio.
Yes.
Ms. Cosby, good morning.
Good morning.
You've heard
Yes,
the
sir.
recitation by the Attorney General.
Yes,
Do you
sir.
agree with what was stated?
The only thing I don't agree with is the fact that, yes, I did let the girl in. I was with another customer, but I was the one that noticed that she was underage, and I ran as soon as I seen it up to another employee and let them know. So I was the one that I did notice it. So I did go as soon as I noticed it. And I just wanted to make that clear, that as soon as I noticed it, I ran straight to somebody and let them know before she was able to purchase the marijuana.
I guess the question I have to ask then is, why are you settling this?
I'm not sure really what's going on because, to be honest with you, sir, I was still in training and just got overwhelmed. I made a mistake. As soon as I noticed that the girl was underage, I don't know how I missed the big red X. I was dealing with two separate customers at the same time. And I had nobody there with me. I was there alone. And as soon as I looked back at the other computer, I noticed the big red X. And as soon as I did, I ran to the front. The girl was still standing in the line, if I remember correctly. And I went straight to there and I was like, she's underage. And they just started like freaking out on me about letting her in. And but that she was not able to purchase marijuana. I stopped it before she ever got there. So I just wanted to make that clear. That's all. I mean, this has been very upsetting to me because, I was really trying at this job and I did make a bad, horrible mistake. And I feel horrible about that even, happened. But there's nothing I could do but stop it. And that's what I did. So.
Thank you. Question back to our council is like, I don't know if that's a position that was taken, but we have a settlement agreement. If the other party is saying they didn't do it, it's like, I'm a little concerned. I don't know what other questions other board members have, but
Chair, Emily Bordelove, for the record. So the allegation is that she allowed a person under 21 to enter the dispensary, and that was taken into account as far as the settlement agreement. The video provided by Essence shows another employee checking the ID.
No.
It could be possible that
I'm sorry, excuse me,
Miss-
this is the court reporter. Ms. Bordelove, can you please slow down when you're speaking?
Yeah, that's not true.
I'll try my best. I'm only referencing the video that Essence provided that shows another employee checking the ID at the point of sale. It is possible Ms. Cosby could have approached. We just don't have any other verifying information to support what she's. I'm not saying that it's not accurate. We just don't have any other third-party information confirming that.
Mr. Chairman, Ashish Ball, Board Counsel, for the record, I just want to note that we have a stipulation here before us, and it's not the time and place for a full hearing. So if we do have concerns, then I would advise that we deny the stipulation and refer back to council for further discussions.
council, no offense. I think I understand what's before me right now.
Of course.
But anytime I have someone who's denying something and you want to put it through, I'm not just going to accept it. So please understand that. Other questions by board members?
I have a question, Ms. Cosby. Did you move out of state and not really have an interest in having an agent card anymore?
Yes, I am out of state at this time. I'm in Las Vegas right now. I have family here, so I'm here a lot. I had got that card during the coronavirus to help out my family during time of need. I hadn't worked for 10 years. I had been an in-house babysitter for 10 years, so I haven't had a job. So this was a job that I had gotten, and I tried really hard, and it's really unfortunate that that's happening, but I just want to make it clear that I was the one that I don't want nobody to think that I let that girl in without going up immediately as soon as I seen it and letting them know. So there was nobody else back there when I did that to see that. So I don't want that false information to be out there.
Thank you. So it is possible. I just want to get at if you left the state and washed your hands of it, that's just something I want to understand. So it sounds like you may come back to Nevada at some point, and you're already back in Nevada. So, okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Chair Douglas, for the record, Senior Deputy Attorney General Ashley Balducci, we would be happy to withdraw the stipulation in order for settlement of disciplinary action at Ms. Cosby's request and have her answer in 20 days from the date of this hearing and proceed to a disciplinary action if she would like to.
Other board members wish to weigh in one way or the other, or concerns or questions that was to raise?
Mr. Chairman, this is Member Nylander. Yeah, I would prefer that we take action to have it further investigated based on the comments we've heard today. I understand that she's entered into the stipulation, understanding all of her rights, but she also is raising new issues that have not been fully investigated. And I think in the interest of the board, it would be best if we allow a withdrawal so that there can be further investigation.
Senior Deputy Attorney General Ashley Balducci for the record. The matter has already been investigated and proceeded to a complaint. So at this point, it would be for Ms. Cosby to answer or respond to the complaint, request a hearing, and we would then proceed to the hearing stage. Pursuant to statute, that would be 20 days from the date of this hearing.
There's a little concern on my part that if what she's saying, and there's a video, as to the level of diligence in terms of the investigation, it's being stated. I don't want people to feel like they're ramrodded into settlements. And I want to make sure adequately investigated. I'm kind of chagrined about allowing you just to go ahead, proceed with an answer at this point. As to what's alleged, I think the matter needs to be re-reviewed by the Attorney General's office before you make a decision whether in fact you're going forward with this complaint. If you still feel it's appropriate after review, then fine. But if you find substance, then that's a different issue. I don't know. The board doesn't know. We only know what's brought before us. We're only as good as the information provided to us. And this day, I'm a little unhappy with the information that's provided to us based on the recitation of this open meeting. So I guess your ability to withdraw this complaint, I don't know if we are allowed to ask you to review it, and whether that has to start all over again, or whether or not what transpires. I don't want the ball just going downhill just to go downhill. So if council can give me some information in terms of what your options are, or what the board's options are in terms of having you take a second look at your complaint and whatever understanding, since the person stipulated to it, and now they're saying really didn't do it, but I just wanted to make it go away. There's some concerns. And it's not to be just expedient about this.
Do we have any insight into some options that we can take at this point?
Certainly, we can review the complaint and the administrative action and decide whether to proceed.
Okay.
That would be then my motion. And I guess the question is, do we have a second from any other board member?
This is Member Nylander. 1 second.
Any other discussion? No. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Passes unanimously. We will then move on to item number D, Cannabis Compliance Board versus CSNLV LLC, case number 2022-89 for possible action.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. L. Christopher Rath, Senior Deputy Attorney General. I do have the next two settlement agreements under 4D and E. I would note that I've just come back from the hearing on the ACC matter before the court, so we may want to take that ACC matter under item D first, as I know counsel for the receiver does have another hearing at the court at 10:30. Apologize to Ms. Rushton, but it may be more efficient to move this item and the following item.
For your request, we'll take item number E, Cannabis Compliance Board versus ACC Enterprises LLC.
Thank you, Chair. So under agenda item 4E, we have case of CCB versus ACC Enterprises LLC, CCB case number 2022-97. This is a detailed and comprehensive settlement agreement that would resolve 3 different issues. As you are aware, the prior owner of this licensee, Mr. Howard Misley, died just over a year ago. On July 29, 2021, the board voted to place a cannabis receiver over the business, and the court subsequently appointed the same receiver, Mr. William Leonard. Mr. Leonard has been the receiver over ACC ever since that time and has facilitated a transfer of interest of ACC's cannabis licenses to Strata Growth. Subject to approval from this board, the court, and the Department of Taxation, the court held its hearing on approval this morning, and Judge Williams did approve the settlement agreement contingent on this board's approval and also approval of the Nevada Tax Commission. The Nevada Tax Commission is meeting to consider approval of this settlement agreement at 3:30 p.m. today. So to briefly go over this rather detailed document, the first issue that would be resolved with this settlement agreement approval is CCP pending disciplinary matters, which are in 3 parts. First, the CCP staff determined that there had been unauthorized transfers of interest prior to Mr. Misley's death. ACC is admitting to 1 Category 2 violation to resolve that issue. Also, there were some violations for failing to tag plants found during a July 2021 inspection. ACC is admitting to a Category 3 violation on this issue. And then finally, there were issues concerning late filings of tax returns, and ACC is admitting to 3 Category 5 violations on that issue. For the foregoing disciplinary issues with CCB, ACC has submitted a plan of correction for each issue, which has been approved by the board staff. That is detailed in paragraph 36 of the settlement agreement. The new owner, Strata, will continue to adhere to that plan of correction if all approvals are received for this agreement. In addition, there will be a total civil penalty on CCB's end of $50,000 to be paid within 30 days of all approvals being obtained. The second issue this global settlement resolves is the resolution of the tax dispute between ACC and the Department of Taxation. This arose from an earlier tax audit, which ACC contested. The settlement agreement details the terms of the Department of Taxation settlement with ACC. And again, the Nevada Tax Commission is going to consider approval this afternoon of this global settlement agreement. I also have the Senior Deputy Attorney for Taxation present here today, Ms. Natasha Gabriel, if you have any more specific questions as to the tax aspects. Third, this settlement would also resolve the pending litigation between ACC and the Department of Taxation concerning disputes over the 2018 licensing round for marijuana retail store licenses. ACC, as the plaintiff in that case, brought several claims against the department, alleging the department had improperly rejected 5 of its applications for retail stores. The department denied the allegations and had been defending the case through the CCB Senior Deputy Attorney Generals until it was stayed due to the receivership. The settlement also resolves that litigation for a straight dismissal with prejudice and no payment to ACC by the state. The CCB has already approved the transfer of the licenses to Strata Growth, subject to approval of this global settlement agreement. Thus, if the CCB, tax, and court approve the settlement agreement, Strata would then take over ACC's cannabis licenses. The settlement agreement involved extensive negotiations between multiple parties, and the CCB staff and the Attorney General's office support its approval. Therefore, the Attorney General recommends and requests the CCB approve this settlement agreement. I'm available for any questions you may have. The parties and their counsel are also all here today to answer your questions.
Thank you. If you would identify the parties.
Adam Fulton on behalf of ACC.
Stephen Mack on behalf of Strata Growth, and with me is Darren Kessler.
William Leonard, the receiver.
Good morning.
Good morning.
John Savage, counsel for the receiver.
Okay, thank you. On behalf of the licensee.
We just echo Mr. Rath's comments. We appreciate staff and Mr. Rath and everybody working through this long process. And again, we thank the CCD and specifically this board for helping us through Mr. and Miss Lee's death and making sure that we stayed open out there so that those employees and all their families out there could continue to have jobs. So we thank you.
Questions by the board? Other board members are thinking?
This is board member Nylander. Just for Mr. Leonard, if you could just give us a quick update on how things are going with the business.
William Leonard, the receiver. The business seems to be turning around. We're having more sales and more collections, but this is a difficult time for that business. Mr. Strata Growth has stepped in to assist and to meet certain cash requirements, which they have. We watch the cash every day and try and determine and forecast where shortfall is going to be and how to meet that.
Understood. So do you see the transition being smooth though if Strata is approved?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Thank you.
Questions by any other board member?
If I may, this is Stephen Mack on behalf of Strata Growth.
Yes, please.
Mr. Nylander, it's essentially because the board had already approved the management agreement that exists. Strata Growth is already managing the place today, be a finality in terms of turning over the ownership. So the management would continue at this point in time, and the ownership would continue as of boards.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yes. We understand that anything we do this morning is not final till I guess this afternoon when tax meets and does. We have a portion that's resolved by the settlement, and you have the heavier lifting with tax and in terms of resolving that outstanding matter. Do we have a motion for conditional acceptance based upon the action by tax to fully accept?
Mr. Chairman, this is member Nylander. I would move for approval of agenda item 4E, matter involving ACC, and that would be obviously conditioned on Department of Taxation's approval, hopefully at 3:30 today.
Okay, with that, do we have a second?
Member Merritt, I will second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Matter passes unanimously. Thank you. And hopefully you will save us by not coming down here.
Thank you, Chair. We've got one other item for ACC under agenda item 5.
That would be consideration of approval.
Can I get who's speaking, please?
Thank you. It's Senior Deputy Attorney General Christopher Rath.
Okay, great, thanks.
That's for consideration of approval to remove cannabis receiver over license C-130 and RC-130.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a fairly straightforward request. Assuming the NTC approves the agreement, then we've got all approvals done, and then the transfer of the licenses to Strata would become effective. So there would no longer need to be a receiver over those 2 licenses. The receiver would remain over ACC, but he would not be a receiver over the licenses. So the request is for your votes contingent on tax's approval to remove the receivership over those 2 licenses so that they can move forward under Strata with no receiver. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
Anything else you wish to add?
Adam Fulton, counsel for ACC. Nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. And we note the receivers here likewise. With that, do we have a motion? Unless there's some additional discussion.
Mr. Chairman, this is member Nylander. I would move that we approve item number 5. Would be the removal of the receiver over those licenses that are stated on the agenda.
Do we have a second?
Member Young, I second that.
Thank you. Been moved and seconded. Unless we have some additional discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Matter passes unanimously. Thank you, and understand this is conditioned upon tax still. That brings us back, Ms. Rushton, as to Cannabis Compliance Board versus CSN LF.
Thank you, Chair. Senior Deputy Attorney General Christopher Rath, moving back to agenda item 4D, which is the case of CCB versus CSNLV LLC, case number 2022-89. This matter arises from the TOI investigation that was presented to the board at its March 2022 meeting. At that time, the board considered a TOI transferring ownership of CSNLV from decedent Charles Indig to his daughter and partner, as Mr. Indig had unfortunately passed away in December of last year. The board approved this TOI, but referred the areas of concern raised by CCB staff back to CCB staff and the Attorney General's office for further review. The TOI investigation uncovered evidence indicating the licensee had multiple failures to timely file tax returns spanning multiple years from December 2018 through October 2021. As noted in paragraph 12 of the settlement agreement, in resolving this matter, the CCB staff and the Attorney General's office took into account all the factors set forth in NCCR 4.030 subsection 2. However, in addition to that, as noted in paragraphs 3, 5, and 12 of the agreement, the CCB and Attorney General also took into account some significant and unique situational factors, including both the illness and passing away of Mr. Indig, and the fact that many of those violations took place under Mr. Indig's watch. The evidence also showed that Mr. Indig had left Las Vegas by June of 2020 and was experiencing poor health during that time. However, even prior to that date, there were a number of late tax returns. As a result, the CCB only considered late tax returns from prior to June 2020, and the discipline agreed to was under the Nevada Administrative Code, which was in effect prior to July 1, 2020, and that imposes lower penalties than the NCCR. Considering these circumstances and undertaking good faith settlement negotiations with counsel for the licensee, the parties have agreed to resolution of this matter with CSNLV's admission to 3 Category 5 violations under NAC 453D.905.3F1 for failing to submit monthly tax reports. There would then be a formal warning for the first Category 5 violation and a civil penalty in the minimal amount of $2,500. Respondent also agreed to waive the filing and service of a complaint to resolve these matters via settlement agreement only. Paragraph 21 of the settlement agreement summarizes the respondent's plan of correction, and the CCB staff has approved this. In summary, the respondent retained an accounting firm in March to handle its tax filings and develop a calendaring system to ensure timely filings. Respondent has instituted new standard operating procedures for addressing its tax obligations and the due dates for filings and payments. And the new owners of CSNLV have committed to be personally involved in every aspect of the business, ensuring that the sales are properly recorded and all taxes are timely paid. CCB staff and the Attorney General's office agree that these admitted violations, the civil penalty, and the corrective actions taken appropriately address their concerns regarding the tax issues, and that the licensee now fully understands the need to properly and timely file their tax returns, and make timely tax payments. Therefore, the Attorney General recommends and requests the CCB approve the settlement agreement. I'm available for any questions, as is the licensee and their counsel.
Ms. Rushton, if the party would identify themselves, please.
Certainly. For the record, I'm Kimberly Maxon Rushton with the law firm Cooper Levinson, appearing on behalf of CSNLV. And joining me today is Ms. Barbara Rubin and Ms. Shana Indig, co-owners of CSNLV. I'd like to thank the board for your consideration of the stipulation agreement before you and ask for your approval of it. I just would note for the record the fact that all of the tax returns were 0 returns, and that, as noted by Mr. Rath, they were under the prior ownership. We appreciate your consideration, and as always, we're happy to answer any questions you have.
Note for the record, there's a plan of correction in the settlement agreement. We're appreciative of that. Board members, any other questions?
question. Is it still under receivership?
No, Madam
Okay,
Director.
okay, thank you.
Board Member Durrett, I apologize. That was terminated in March. And then in early April, the court terminated the receivership formally.
Okay, thanks. One more quick question. Did Shayna decide to apply to Boyd? You did?
No, not
Okay.
yet.
All right, well, we'll have to work on you then.
Thank you, Member Durrett.
Unless there are other questions, we have a motion for approval.
Mr. Chairman, this is Board Member Nylander. I would move for approval of item 4D, matter involving CSNLV as stated on the agenda.
Thank you. We have a second.
Member Young, I second that.
Moved and seconded for approval. If we have no other comments or discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Matter passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Rath.
Thank you.
And we are holding the Holy Cross matter. We'll come back to that. That takes us to item number 6, request for transfers of interest. First matter up is BBMC LLC.
I'm sorry to do it so early, but I can't go without me.
We're going to hold that matter because we're going to take a very short, curt break. We'll come back on the record.
37 seconds.
We left off with agenda item number 6, request for transfers of interest. We'll begin with item A, BBMC LLC. And there's a number of TOIs for possible action. If we can have our background.
Thank you, Chair Douglas. Member Merritt, Member Nylander, Member Durrett, and Member Young. For the record, I am David Staley, Division Chief of Investigations for the CCB. I'm here to present agenda item number 6, which consists of 4 transfer of interest or TOI applications. I'd like to present some quick housekeeping notices first. Upon review, staff found that TOI 21052 filed on April 22nd, 2021 for the Source Holding LLC was in fact only notification of under 5% ownership changes completed pursuant to a previously approved waiver of NCCR 5.110 pursuant to 5.112. Since the TOI number was assigned in error, TOI number 21052 has been removed from our pending TOI list. Additionally, on December 14th of 2021, you approved TOIs, you as in the board, approved TOIs number 21000003, 21000010 through 21000013 for Gravitas Nevada Ltd. to complete a restructuring wherein it would move its cultivation, production, distribution, and dispensary licenses into new companies, but with ownership identical to Gravitas. On July 4th, 2022, Gravitas notified the CCB that only the approved transfer of its dispensary license to SFPD Inc. was completed. The proposed transfer of its cultivation, production, and distribution licenses to SFC and SFD Inc. will not occur, and those licenses remain under Gravitas. CCB records have been updated to reflect Gravitas and SFPD's current license status. On July 27th, 2021, the board approved TOIs 19063 and 19063A for SH Parent Inc. to merge into Sirius Acquisition Corp., a special purpose acquisition company. SH Parent and Series mutually agreed to terminate the proposed merger. However, the approved waivers of NCCR 5.110 will stay in place and apply to SH Parent. CCB records have been updated to reflect SH Parent's current license status. Item A are the TOI applications for BB Marketing LLC, BBMC, and Interreserve Enterprises LLC. TOIs number 19037A and 19037 were filed for approval of buyouts of minority shareholders in preparation for the proposed acquisition of BB Marketing membership interest in BBMC by Interreserve. TOI 19076 was filed requesting approval for a proposed acquisition of BB Marketing membership by Interreserve. Both BBMC and Interreserve have requested withdrawals of TOI number 19076 as the proposed acquisition has been terminated. In addition, BBMC has requested a waiver pursuant to NCCR 5.125 of the requirements of NCCR 5.10 regarding the need for minority owners to have a valid agent card. BBMC has adequately addressed the items required in NCCR 5.125 to allow the board to approve such a waiver. Staff suggests that if approved, the board limit BBMC's 5.125 waiver to expire on such agenda date as BBMC's next TOI application. Staff identified areas of concern with TOIs number 19037A, 19037, and 19076 regarding BB Marketing, BBMC, and Interreserve. These areas of concern are broken down by entity as follows. It appears that BBMC has completed the proposed minority buyouts requested in TOIs 19037A and 19037. Review of various documents, including BB Marketing tax returns, indicates that the membership of BB Marketing and BBMC matches the after description included in the TOI applications. In addition, staff has made numerous requests for financial and other documentation from BB Marketing and BBMC, but the companies have not submitted the requested information. The area of concern regarding the entity's unwillingness or inability to provide documentation has been developed as well. Board staff have made multiple requests for current BBMC financial statements and a detailed description of its actions to unwind the proposed Muriev acquisition since the December 2021 board meeting. BBMC has not provided such description, nor has it provided the requested financials. In addition, as you're aware, a federal indictment was issued by the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York. The indictment described a failed attempt by foreign nationals to acquire a Nevada retail cannabis license by donating money to Nevada political campaigns. The indictment charged Lev Parnas, Igor Fruman, David Correa, and Andrei Kukushkin of making illegal campaign contributions with funds provided by an unidentified foreign national number one. Fruman and Correa pled guilty to the charges, and Parnas and Kukushkin were found guilty in a jury trial ending on October 22nd of 2021. On September 21st, 2021, the United States Attorney for the Southern District of New York identified foreign national number one as Andrei Muriev, and on March 14th, 2022, the same U.S. Attorney announced the unsealing of an indictment against Muriev, charging him with making illegal political contributions as a foreign national and conspiring to make illegal political contributions as a foreign national in the names of straw donors. This information was identified as an area of concern because Muriev is the sole owner of InterReserve, who has applied to acquire controlling interest of Nevada licensee BBMC. In addition, multiple requests have been made for board staff to interview Muriev and for Muriev to appear for the December 2021 and July 2022 board meetings, and Muriev has not complied with such requests on the advice of his criminal defense counsel. An additional area of concern has been identified because Muriev-related companies have loaned or contributed approximately $13 million to BB Marketing and BBMC to fund the buyout of the BBMC minority shareholders and the build-out and operations of BBMC. Even if the requested withdrawal is approved, it appears that Muriev may be able to exert influence over BBMC due to the outstanding $13 million in loans and contributions. CCB staff have provided options for board's consideration to proceed with these TOIs and have explained those options to BBMC and InterReserve Council. I am available for any questions, and my understanding is that Derek Connor, Jared Kahn, and Robert Frey are appearing for BB Marketing and BBMC, and Margaret McCletchy and Stephen Len by Zoom are present representing InterReserve and Andrei Muriev. Andrei Muriev was noticed that he was required to appear from this item, but is not in attendance. With that, Chair Douglas, I'll turn this item back to you.
Thank you. Would respective counsel for licensees identify themselves and any other parties and however you wish to proceed?
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Derek Connor with the law firm of Connor and Connor, PLLC. I'm appearing on behalf BBMC LLC. I believe we also have BBMC's manager, Mr. Robert Fry, his brother Michael, I believe, is in attendance via Zoom, and Jared Kahn, his corporate counsel, BBMC, is appearing as well. With that, I will open it up for any questions you have for me. I'm only here really to discuss the items raised that were brought up by Mr. Staley for areas of concern with regard to the taxes and the financials. I do not represent InterReserve or Mr. And really can't speak to the indictment because frankly, I don't know anything about it. With regards to the underlying transfers, the ones we did not request to be withdrawn, I would request that the board consider those for approval. I'm actually not 100% sure what options Mr. Staley had given. I wasn't privy to that. I would like to point out though that we have provided financials. Trust me, this binder was not fun to put together. We've provided a tax history. We've provided a general ledger, which is literally hundreds of pages involving basically every dollar that came into the company. So I don't want the board to get the impression that we have not been providing the items we have because given what we have, certain items that were requested by Mr. Staley just don't exist. He's requested P&L statements for the last couple of years. This company is effectively bankrupt. I mean, if bankrupt was an opportunity, they would have taken it a long time ago. They have no money. They recently turned in their medical license because they didn't have money to pay for that either. So, I mean, we've given what we want or what we're able to, not what we don't have. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. And finally, I would request at the bottom or the underlying request for transfer just be approved. They've been pending since January of 2018. Because the first year the Golden Knights played in the middle of the Trump administration, we've been waiting for these things to go through. And I think the people that are trying to be processed off, we're not bringing any new one. We're removing members that were very small minority members that no longer want to be a part of it. And I would request that the board give consideration to approve those matters. And with that, I will turn it over for questions or to my illustrious counsel, Miss Maggie McCletchy.
We can hear from next council.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board, Director Climas. I'm Maggie McCletchy. I represent Inter Reserve. I do not represent Mr. Maria personally. I do have Mr. Stephen Len here with me, who also represents Inter Reserve on the transactional and business issues. I'm the regulatory counsel. I understand the concerns about suitability that have been raised by the CCB. However, it is Inter Reserve's position that those suitability concerns are entirely addressed because Inter Reserve does not wish to be an owner. The Inter Reserve, as I discussed last hearing, had a contractual right to terminate the proposed transaction with BBMC. That agreement, that contractual agreement, predated the existence of the CCB. Inter Reserve exercised that right in November of 2011. It informed the CCB promptly of the withdrawal, and Inter Reserve has offered to stipulate pursuant to NCCR 5 subsection 4. It has offered to stipulate to withdraw with prejudice. There's a provision in the regulations, as I'm sure you're aware, that does allow not just for withdrawal, but for withdrawal with prejudice for up to a year, I believe. Despite the fact that Inter Reserve has made clear that it does not wish to be an owner and Mr. Muriev is not proceeding with this transfer, the suitability investigation has continued. It has continued extensively. While it is true that Mr. Muriev, on advice of his criminal counsel, as Mr. Staley pointed out, did not make himself available for a suitability interview, Mr. Muriev's suitability is no longer before this board as the position of Inter Reserve. Inter Reserve, despite that position, has provided extensive information regarding suitability concerns. I did not bring all my binders, but I have binders too. We provided extensive information regarding suitability issues raised by the CCB, including Inter Reserve's financials, information regarding the criminal matters involving Mr. Muriev and his associates, information regarding companies that have any ownership by Mr. Muriev anywhere in the world. We endeavored to provide that information to the CCB. We have also been working diligently to resolve the matter of the notes, and we have kept the CCB updated. The companies are working together through counsel. I want to make clear that Inter Reserve and Mr. Muriev have nothing to do with BBMC. All communications are currently through counsel, and I think the BBMC would attest to that as well.
So what?
We have no, Inter Reserve has no ability itself to negotiate a transaction. And there are issues concerning the landlord and the licenses, as well as the notes to Inter Reserve. At a very, Inter Reserve is willing to frankly take a big cut on what it would be entitled to if those notes, under those notes, it realizes that there are financial issues with BBMC, and it is endeavoring to nonetheless cooperate with counsel for BBMC to try to come up with a solution that would ensure that Inter Reserve and Mr. Muriev have no loans or any other relationship with BBMC or cannabis businesses in Nevada, and that would allow the relationship to be completely severed, not just with regard to the transaction, because again, it's our position that obviously a transfer, while the board has the ability to approve transfers, it certainly can't force a transfer to go forward. So it has made clear that it wants to withdraw the transfer. It's not intending to be an owner, but it is also working hard to terminate the relationship with BBMC with regard to the notes. Again, Inter Reserve contends that any suitability issues regarding this transaction, and I understand why prior to the withdrawal there were suitability concerns. Inter Reserve understands that. But those issues, in my view, are no longer before the CCB. I understand that pursuant to Nevada revised statutes, this board, and I respect the fact that this board has an important role to play in ensuring that only suitable owners are allowed to be owners of cannabis businesses in Nevada. I also understand that as a housekeeping matter and for other reasons, the board and staff may want to have information about why a termination is canceled and if there are ongoing concerns with an ongoing entity and financial relationships, why the board continues to be interested in those issues. However, I do think it's important to limit the scope of what the board and staff look at when there is a withdrawal of a transfer of interest. Because at this point, again, we informed the board through staff of our contractual decision to terminate the transaction with BBMC, to not proceed as an owner. It is now many months later. I don't think that the board obviously can't, and certainly I would imagine does not want to approve the transfer. So I would respectfully request that the withdrawal this is under transfers of interest, but this is really other than with regard to the internal minority transfer of interest that Mr. Connor was discussing. These transfers, this is a request for a withdrawal, not a request for a transfer of interest. InterReserve and Mr. Muriev do not wish to be owners in Nevada. They have stipulated and agreed to withdraw the application with prejudice pursuant to the regulation that allows them to make that request. We are certainly InterReserve. Mr. Len and I are certainly happy to continue to work with Mr. Staley and CCB staff to keep CCB staff updated and to be sure that CCB staff is comfortable with the final resolution on the notes owing to InterReserve. Certainly, obviously, I don't represent BBMC, but if there were another transfer of those licenses as part of that resolution, certainly that matter would come back before the board. Unless there are any further questions, those are the points that I wanted to make. And I'm sorry if I'm remaking points from last time, but I wanted to make sure that InterReserve's position at this juncture is clear. InterReserve understands their suitability concerns. InterReserve wants to address those concerns by getting approval to withdraw its transfer.
Thank you. Other reps that are on our video feed, anyone wish to make any statements as to this matter?
Chairman Douglas and members of the board, this is Jared Kahn. I'm corporate counsel for BBMC and BB Marketing. I hope you don't mind if I can just take a couple minutes just to address a couple comments that Inspector Staley made and to give you an update so the board is aware of what's transpired since the last time we were in front of you in December and as we are here now today. I also appreciate you allowing me to appear by Zoom from my travels that I just completed this morning. So again, Chairman Douglas and members of the board, where we are now is that we are at a point where a resolution between the BBMC and BB Marketing debts with the InterReserve entities should be able to be resolved. However, that is certainly contingent upon a payment. That terms are essentially, we're in essential agreement with counsel for InterReserve as to what that will look like. However, what we were anticipating, and as I had provided to Mr. Staley previously, was that we were entertaining a potential buyout of the company business and the licenses. However, we unfortunately ran into a hurdle with our landlord, and it looks as if that transaction is not going to be able to proceed forward, and we're going to proceed forward instead with just selling the licenses, and that will result in a settlement and payoff of the debt with InterReserve and resolving the debts that BBMC has. We are hoping to be able to complete that type of transaction, get that papered and before the board, I would say within about 4 to 6 weeks, and be able to present for that type of transfer of interest to be able to complete resolving these issues and the issues with InterReserve by selling the licenses for the entity. I'm happy to continue to address any other concerns. I will tell you, members of the board, I personally have probably spent hundreds of hours on trying to facilitate a transaction to resolve this matter with potential buyers, with the landlord, with the inter-reserve council. And this is not an easy task to resolve. However, we have been diligently pursuing it almost every day on trying to get this done. And we're trying to get this off of the board's plate as well. Happy to address any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I add a comment, please? First of all, Dave, I'm here in person, not by Zoom. So
Identify yourself for the record.
I'm sorry,
please.
can you state your name?
yes, this
please?
is Steve Glenn. I'm with the law firm Brennan, Mana and Diamond, and I'm transactional counsel for Interreserve.
Thank you.
Just want to add that Interreserve has not been the impediment in unwinding this transaction. I think Mr. Khan would agree with that. We have to say that we're taking a big loss is a vast understatement. We're going to lose most of our investment. So we are trying as hard as we can to travel this. Thank you.
I don't know if we have anybody else on video feed that wants to make a comment. I come back to Mr. Staley and see if he has anything else to give us in light of what's been presented this day.
No, Chair Douglas, I think that staff's position is well laid out in the investigative report before you. And nothing additional that I'd like to add, and I can address any additional questions you may have. Thank you.
I appreciate the conduct and the candor of Associated Counsel, various entities as of this matter. The elephant in the room seems to be Mr. Miriev, one way or the other. We don't know, since things proceeding, which we don't know about and what the timeline is. He has certain rights there. They impact us. What does impact us is a concern as to that $13 million loan outstanding and the influence or non-influence. We don't know, and trying to come up with answers as to that. That's just kind of an overview, but to hear a weigh in from other board members as to what they may feel we should be looking at or doing at this point.
Mr. Chairman, this is Member Nylander. For Mr. Staley, you referenced information that's missing as well as financials. And council is indicating they've submitted all the financials. So I guess I'm at a loss as to where we're at on that. And I do recognize that Mr. Connor stated that certain P&Ls just didn't exist going back to 2018. But how can I reconcile those two positions?
Member Nylander, David Staley for the record. The reason that staff has scheduled this item for this agenda is it's been approximately 6 months since you reviewed these issues. And we felt that 6 months' time would be adequate for the licensees to attempt to unwind the transactions. When we made the decision in April of this year, I requested a detailed discussion of what negotiations had occurred. Mr. Khan had explained to me, and Mr. Connor as well, that they had numerous failed negotiations with other attempted entities to purchase BBMC. And I felt that it would be important for the board to understand and appreciate all the efforts that the company had taken. I made that request in April, and I still do not really have any clear idea on what kind of negotiations have gone on. I understand that Mr. Khan has mentioned hundreds of hours, but I have nothing to present to the board to kind of explain in detail those negotiations with all the different potential purchasers over the last 6 months. In regards to the financials, if you remember in December, we had an area of concern identified because BB Marketing and BBMC were not able to provide us financials at that time. Again, in April, I started requesting income statements and balance sheets from BBMC and BB Marketing. What was provided to me in the two rather impressive binders there a week ago, last Friday, I received a general ledger and a tax return for BBMC. As you may be aware, a general ledger simply records all of the money coming in and out of the various accounts of a company, and in no way can provide the information requested in an income statement and balance sheet, which had they been provided would have been maybe 4 pages of information. It is possible that based on the income state or the tax returns and the general ledger, I could have created a income statement and balance sheet, but there would have been no way to know if my conclusion would have accurately reflected the financial statements of BB Marketing and BBMC. So my position stands that for months now, we have requested an income statement and balance sheet while I was provided with reams of information. That's not the information that we requested.
And if I could respond to that real quick, and I'm not picking a fight with Dave, but that the general ledger, we gave it to you at the meeting at my office when you came down with Jeff Justice. So this wasn't provided just last Friday. It was actually provided to you again last Friday. This had been provided, I think, prior to our last trip here in front of the board. So it's, I mean, maybe we disagree on that, but that was my recollection that we gave this to you at my office. So it has been in your possession some.
And Mr. Connor, I requested an income statement and balance sheet, and I received a general ledger. Those are very different financial documents, and your client has not yet, is either unwilling or unable to provide me with an income statement and balance sheet, which is a standard part of our investigative process.
And again, like I would state with the board, had we had it, we would give it to you. We gave you what we had. The company doesn't have money to pay a CPA right now to prepare those documents. We've been as forthcoming and open as we can with the investigators. And like I said, we've done our best to give you what we have, but I just want to make sure that the board understands these things have been provided for some time. It wasn't sitting on them. They've been given to the investigators when I was able to get them to them.
Okay, I understand. This is Member Nylander. I don't want to investigate this at the podium, so I do understand what the issues are. Thanks for your response. My second question is for InterReserve. What involvement does Miriam have at this point with the company?
For the record, this is Maggie McCletchie for InterReserve. Board Member Nylander, are you referring to InterReserve or to about BBMC?
InterReserve.
Mr. Muryev is the 100% owner of InterReserve. He has no ongoing day-to-day management role with regard to InterReserve. And again, I think what's most important, Board Member Nylander, is that InterReserve, except through counsel, has no relationship in any manner whatsoever with BBMC and its cannabis licenses. I understand that there are concerns about the notes and potential for influence, but there is no influence here. I think all 4 counsel for InterReserve and BBMC would represent. I think Mr. Fry could also answer questions about this. There is no ongoing relationship between InterReserve and BBMC. The only work that is being done is trying to work through counsel for InterReserve, Mr. Khan, and with regard to regulatory matters, Mr. Connor, to figure out a way to unwind this transaction in a compliant way that ensures that there is no ongoing relationship in any fashion, that those notes are expunged and gone, so the company can also address its financial, the BBMC can also address its financial issues. So there is, so from our point of view, that's the important and salient point, that InterReserve has no ongoing relationship of control or anything else with BBMC. I understand that Mr. Staley's concerned because there isn't extensive evidence concerning these potential transactions. That's because none of these transactions has been consummated. None of these transactions, or they would be for the board and they would have been provided to Mr. Staley. I can tell you that I'm not surprised by Mr. Khan's representation that he spent that much time on potential transactions. Mr. Ben has spent and I have spent a similar amount of time. We are working very hard on behalf of InterReserve to try to resolve the issue of the outstanding notes and to work with BBMC to reduce the amount on that note to take a hit through a transaction. Obviously, we're not the entity that owns the licenses, and we are not in any way trying to solicit purchasers for a cannabis license. InterReserve is working only through Mr. Khan with regard to, and Mr. Connor with regard to a potential agreement to reduce to take a very reduced amount in lieu of the continuing notes.
Right, and I understand all of that, but back to my question. Does Mr. Murav own 100% of the company?
For the record, Maggie McCletchie, yes, I did indicate, I'm sorry, at the beginning, I do think I indicated to you in response to your question, he does continue to be the 100% owner of InterReserve.
So any transaction that collectively the group can come up with will have to be approved by him.
There is a manager for InterReserve that is a different person than Mr. Murav, and that manager has the authority to approve the transaction.
And he reports to Mr. Murav.
I believe that he reports to Mr. Murav directly or indirectly.
Okay, that's all the questions I have right now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other board members have questions? Do we have a proposed recommendation? Any board members?
Well, Mr. Chairman, this is Member Nylander. I don't believe it would serve the board to not allow these other transfers of interest to go forward. And, you know, we could do it conditionally that those other transfers, except the inter-reserve one, could go forward. And we would ask that the AG's office work with staff to determine if there is some sort of disciplinary action based on the fact that some of them may have already occurred. There's a lack of information, you know, the things that Mr. Staley has raised and his staff. But with respect to InterReserve's request to withdraw, I mean, I'm not in a position, I don't think, to support that at this time. But what I would rather do is we could call Mr. Murav forward to file an application for a finding of suitability as a lender. Because in this particular case, that company clearly, you know, has the ability to influence the licensee based on the level of debt. And I believe, and you know, I can ask the Attorney General's office to confirm this, but we have the authority to require an application to be filed of a lender who may have the ability to control the, to exert control over the licensee. So I hope that makes sense. And then the withdrawal request, we could either grant it with prejudice or we could just refer it back. But that's sort of where I'm at based on all of the information we have in the testimony today.
Mr. Staley, I hope you've digested what was just said. As to what is here, is there anything understanding what was just stated, TOIs that would have to be removed from what is posted in light of what was stated? And the secondary issue as to Mr. Murav, the suitability and such that I take it, we would be referring to the Attorney General's office to look at any comments.
David Staley for the record. Chair Douglas, I'll parrot back what I think Member Nylander was proposing. It sounds workable to me. I believe Member Nylander was suggesting that the board act on the first two applications relative to the ownership of BB Marketing, in which the board would approve the the TOI for the internal restructuring of BB Marketing and refer any potential areas of concern to our Attorney General's for review. In regards to the other TOI with interreserve, if I understand it correctly, the options would be to either refer it back to staff or to approve the withdrawal with prejudice and call Mr. Murray forward for a finding of suitability relative to the outstanding loans that BBMC owes to him. Either of those actions would work for staff, and I would defer to the board to make the decision on what they believe is most appropriate.
Thank you.
May I be heard?
Very briefly.
For the record, Maggie McCletchy for Interreserve. If I might suggest, I think the companies would like the opportunity to brief any issues about the lender coming forward, but we have requested withdrawal with prejudice, but certainly Interreserve would be willing to, I think, withdraw with prejudice conditional upon unwinding the notes with BBMC within a certain time period.
I appreciate your Ms. McCletchy. We've briefed a whole lot and we still have a hole. And we're trying to boil this down at this. And as I said, I appreciate the job that all counsel is doing on behalf of their clients and what you're attempting to do. We have a role. We're trying to get to the bottom and do what is in the best interest. And as I said, $13 million loans just don't go away. And 100% owner is still 100% owner, and a manager is a manager, and he reports to that person. Because of this other litigation, which we don't have an outcome to the criminal, we don't know. So we're trying to figure out how to function to allow in part of this to go forward and not keep holding it up till maybe the Knights win a cup or not. So I guess going back to Mr. Nylander, with that holding out in a reserve and either referring that back or dismissing prejudice, if you want to kind of a little clarity on that to see if we can have a motion.
Yeah, for Ms. McCletchan, again, this is Member Nylander. What advantage do you have in terms of unwinding this if the withdrawal is granted with prejudice? What advantage does that get you, if any?
I don't know that it gives us Interreserve an advantage in the negotiations, but I think but Interreserve has in fact exercised its right to terminate the transaction. So it's Interreserve's position that it is appropriate to allow it to withdraw its transfer since it had a contractual right to terminate the transaction. Further, again, I do understand there are ongoing concerns with regard to the notes that again we're continuing to work on. However, with regard to the transfer and concerns about the transfer itself, obviously the board is not going to approve the transfer and does not wish to and could not force a transfer in any case. And it seems appropriate that in light of the suitability concerns, we've agreed to withdraw the transfer with prejudice. It seems appropriate to allow that to go forward. Further, the parties will continue to work together with regard to the note and that unwinding. There, with regard to the negotiations with BBMC, InterReserve has certainly not taken the position that, well, we're the potential buyer, so that you need to take that into consideration with these negotiations. Instead, those negotiations are solely focused on expunging notes to InterReserve as quickly as possible. So I don't think they have necessarily a practical effect on the negotiations, because again, our position is that that InterReserve is not going to be an owner. And we are instead just working diligently with BBMC to try to resolve the issue of the notes, such that Mr. Muriev's company, InterReserve, or any related companies of Mr. Muriev have no notes or any ongoing relationship whatsoever with BBMC. And I think from BBMC's perspective, they get a clean slate and they get to move forward and sell the licenses and address these concerns.
Ms. McCletchy, I appreciate what you just said. But the bottom line is no deals have been cut. The notes are still in play. Mr. Muriev, through his company, even though you're saying he doesn't, the appearance of influence is still there. We have to deal with that at this point. We don't know. You've had, from the last time I was here, 6 months, you're telling us the deal has not been cut, not been worked out to negotiate the outstanding loans with a loss or a profit or whatever. We don't even really care. That's still an ongoing event we have to kind of deal with in this amorphous situation. I'd like to see it go away and not come back. But that's not where we're quite at this point. As they say, it's devil's in the details. So if Dennis, if you stand by that motion making, I would go ahead and second it.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to allow withdrawal without prejudice or refer it back?
I'd like to see referred back because we need to get it clean.
Okay, I'm in agreement as well. I just wanted to make sure. I would take a stab at the motion if you're prepared, Mr. Chairman.
And before that, Brianna, you wanted to weigh in just to see if either you make it clear or can.
Yeah. Member Nylander, I'd just like to add, I don't know if you'd want to add this as a condition or not, maybe just an admonishment that BBMC does need to submit a profit and loss statement, especially before it requests any other transactions, which presumably it will, since it's in the position that it's saying it's insolvent. So it's going to need to sell licenses. So it's going to need to come back for transfers. So at some point they need to submit a profit and loss. So however you want to fit that in there, I'll support it.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that if this is all right with you, Member Durrett, the condition would be that, you know, we have the Attorney General's office and staff look at those areas of concern, which that's one of them. So however that gets resolved, it would then come back to us in that manner, if that's acceptable.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, thanks.
So, Mr. Chairman, are you prepared for a motion?
As prepared as I'm going to be.
Member Nylander?
Yes.
Member Nylander, this is David Staley for the record. I did want to mention that BBMC also had requested a waiver of 5110 pursuant to 5.125 as part of the application. If the board approves that waiver, we would suggest that it be conditioned to expire on the next agenda date for BBMC.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, with respect to agenda item 6A, BBMC, as read into the record and reflected on the agenda, I would move for approval of TOI numbers 19076 and 19037. And with respect to the items involving interreserve, those would be referred back to staff for further consideration. And the approval would be conditioned that the Regulation 5 waivers are granted. It's set to expire a year or on the next date that the items are heard on the board's agenda. And then further condition that the staff work with the Attorney General's office in requiring Mr. Muriev to file an application as a lender. And just for clarity purposes, that would be a letter request. That entity can then respond however they want to. They either file the application or they say they don't need to, or they're going to say there isn't a reason to, but it would be, that would put us in a position where we would have that entity as a lender, not as a transfer of interest. I do understand there is going to be no transfer of interest. That's been terminated, but I still think that's the appropriate way to go. So that's my motion plus a brief comment.
Member Nylander, again, this is David Staley for the record. I would note that TOIs number 19037A and 19037 are the TOI numbers relative to the internal transfers for BBMC. TOI number 19076, I believe, is the one that you want to refer back to staff. That references the proposed acquisition by Interreserve.
Yeah, and I would appropriately amend to reflect those records. I think what I said was save and accept any transfer involving Interreserve. The rest of them, my motion is to approve those with the conditions as stated.
And I will second that motion. It has now been rolled out. Any additional questions or discussions? Hearing none. If there's no further comment, then all in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. Council, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Staley.
That moves us to the B item, Lighthouse Strategies, TOIs.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, for the record, my name is David Staley, Chief of Investigations. Item B is a TOI application for Lighthouse Strategies, Inc. TOI number 21016 was filed by Lighthouse, requesting approval for internal restructuring wherein one member, Cresco Labs Nevada LLC, converts equity to debt, several other investors convert debt to equity, and TM Investments One LLC purchase approximately 14.8% ownership with capital contributions. In addition, Lighthouse has requested waivers pursuant to 5.112 and 5.125 of the requirements of NCCR 5.110 regarding a review of owners related to transfers of under 5%. Staff suggests that if approved, the board limits such waiver to expire on the next agenda date for a Lighthouse transaction. An early suitability review for a lounge license was completed in conjunction with the investigation for these TOIs. The investigative report concluded that Lighthouse is not only suitable for the requested TOIs, but is also suitable for a potential lounge license. The early review did not include specifics related to the operations and locations of this proposed lounge, which will still need to be investigated by CCB audit and inspections after the lounge application period, along with a brief update from CCB investigations. Staff identified an area of concern with TOI 21016 because GBS filed late or incomplete tax returns with the Nevada Department of Taxation 14 times respectively during the last 3 years. CCB staff have provided potential options for the board's consideration to proceed with TOI 21016. If the waivers of 5110 are approved, I can read in an appropriate condition suggestion if necessary. I'm available for any questions, and my understanding is that Michael Hayward and Ross Goodman are available to address any questions you may have as well. With that, Chair Douglas, I'll turn this item back to you.
Thank you. Representation to the record.
Michael Hayford, President, Lighthouse Strategies.
And do we have Mr. Goodman online or?
He is not here.
Okay. Any comments you wish to make?
I would just like to provide some clarity on the late taxes. 3 categories that this falls under. Category 1 is where we had 2 incidents where individuals that were going to make the tax payments were in contact with COVID positives, and they had to be quarantined. And so those payments, which makes up about, I think, 6 or 9 of those incidents, were paid the next business day or 2 days later. the next available date that taxation could allow us to make our tax payment in cash. The second one is regards to no taxes due filings, where our agent that made those filings went and paid our taxes in cash, forgot to drop off the no tax due, and then returned a couple days later and made that filing. And the third one is under our internal review, internal controls identified that we short paid on 2 occasions our taxes, and we refiled and paid the appropriate taxes without any direction of the authority.
Thank you. Questions, board members or comments? No comments. Make a statement and then a motion. First, the licensee at the end of the day is responsible to have the taxes paid, good, bad, or indifferent. It seems to be a belief that if no taxes due, I don't have to file. Well, yes, you do. It's a concern. It makes life easier for this board and the tax department if things are done so they can check it off and go away. It could go away easily. You're running a business. We expect it. And I'm very concerned. A number of the licensees in the future, the lounges, I don't want them to cavalierly disregard responsibilities that could subject them to losing a license. So in this instance, based on what you've said, but reminding that they need to be done and they need to be done right. I would make a motion for the transfers of interest as stated, TOI 21016, C101, RC101, P051, RPO51, D138, RD138 with Mr. Staley, you said the waiver provision. Did you add to that some?
Chair Douglas, David Staley for the record. I would suggest that the 5110 waivers be conditioned to expire on the date of Lighthouse's next appearance before the board.
I'll accept that and not refer it as a tax, just so you understand. Been sitting on the board now for 2 years. We've made tax an issue. It needs to get done.
Understood.
So having said that, is there a second motion?
Mr. Chairman, this is Member Nylander. I would second.
It's been moved in second. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Matter carries unanimously. Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
Have a great day, guys.
It takes us to Herbal Care. Item C, Herbal Care and FNM Holding LLC, TOI 22005, C105, RC105 for possible action.
Chair Douglas, members of the board, for the record, David Staley. Item C is a TOI application for Herbal Care LLC. TOI 22005 was filed by Herbal Care requesting approval for FNM Holdings LLC to purchase Herbal Care. Staff identified areas of concern with TOI 22005 because Herbal Care filed late or incomplete tax returns with the Nevada Department of Taxation 39 times during the last 3 years and appears to have completed an unapproved TOI number during 2017. However, during January of 2021, the CCB and Herbal Care entered into a stipulation in order for settlement of disciplinary action regarding a lapsed City of Reno business license, lack of timely notification, and various seed sale tracking and other violations involving the importation of seeds into the state of Nevada from an unapproved source. The settlement agreement may prevent the board from taking any further action regarding potential violations that occurred prior to January of 2021, which would include the most of the tax returns and the unapproved TOI. CCB staff have provided potential options for the board's consideration to proceed with TOI number 22005. I'm available for any questions, and my understanding is that Amanda Connor, Keith Johnson, Ed Humphrey, Marvin Newman, Fernando Silvestri, and Manuel Urbina are available to answer any questions you may have as well. With that, Chair Douglas, I'll turn this item back to you.
Record.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Amanda Connor, on behalf of F&M Holdings, the proposed buyer of the licenses. And here today in the back are the three members, Mr. Urbina, Mr. Silvestri, and Mr. Newman. They are very excited to become involved in Nevada's cannabis industry. I am here to answer questions on behalf of them. Today has been a learning experience in the meeting for them. I am here to answer questions if you have any on behalf of FMM Holdings. We kindly request approval of this transfer and thank Mr. Staley and staff for their time.
Yes, good morning, Chairman, Board. I'm Ed Humphrey on behalf of Herbal Care LLC. Today's hearing culminates several years of working with the CCB to resolve disciplinary issues with Herbal Care, and coming out of the settlement in 2021, there was a provision permitting Mr. Johnson and Herbal Care to divest themselves of the license. We went through a marketing procedure, found a couple potential buyers, and ended up settling on F&M Holdings, and are excited to get this process complete for Herbal Care and allow these gentlemen to move forward.
I wish to have some comment back. I'm still a little concerned about the, I'll just say liquidation of Mr. Mahoney, who was just kind of swept under the rug without a legal process. Folks could not find him. His interest was just taken away after a stop call. So pursuant to the settlement agreement, tax issues after the date specified in this agreement, because some are wiped out by the others, we can still see any additional.
Chairman, on behalf of FNM Holdings, I will tell you that they are new coming into Nevada's market. They have spent today listening and understand the seriousness that they must be compliant operators, file taxes timely. They have retained my law firm for compliance, and they are looking at other individuals that will advise them on operations, timely filing taxes, and those other things. So I can commit that to you. I can't comment on the previous company's actions or failures, but we do request that you allow this to move forward so that we can get new operators in here and have a license that can be a compliant and a good operator for the state of Nevada.
And we understand that, and I appreciate your comment. And that's part of our problem of the new wanting to come in. They've not done anything wrong. They want to pick up the business and go forward. But irregularities with a prior owner and how we deal with them when we have these things coming in front of us, that's the continuing concern. So,
And this is Member Nylander. I agree. And Ms. Connor, could you have the person who's going to be the primary operator come up? I think it's Mr. Newman.
I can have all three of them come up.
Okay.
I believe, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that Mr. Silvestri will be the one on the ground in Nevada with the operations, but they all plan to be involved.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
The Mr. Silvestri, I note that you do have quite a bit of experience in other jurisdictions with cannabis. Have you had any sort of bump-ins with regulators in other jurisdictions?
I'm referring to myself.
Mr. Urbina.
Excuse me, I can't hear. Can you please get near a microphone and identify?
Sorry. I think you're referring to Manuel Urbina, and I know I have not.
Okay, and you're excited about this Nevada opportunity?
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm ready to go. We're ready to get started and bring some good, great quality boutique cannabis to the market, and make it a household name, our brand.
Great. So you're thinking it's going to be more of a boutique operation?
I think so. Yes.
different,
that-
something that. Go ahead.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's our plan. We're definitely ready.
And that's what you've done in some of your other locations, right?
Yes, yes, sir. I've consulted in Colorado, California, and I kind of been putting my life on hold waiting on this. So we're ready.
Great. And so this transfer of interest for you, it's sweat equity for you. Be rewarded
That's right.
for your work.
That's right.
Good. Yeah. And I didn't have any questions of the other owners, but other than to indicate on the record that they have very impressive backgrounds in varying businesses, very successful, have the financial ability to make this work. For me, it's a welcome sight, and I look forward to your success.
Thank you. Now, we learned today just being that compliance is number one. So we're going home and compliance is going to be number one.
Perfect. Well, it reminds me of an old saying I'm an old sort of warhorse regulator. And, if you don't like complying with regulations, you're really not going to like it when you don't comply. So
I agree. And
Seen that today.
right, we definitely have gotten that today. That compliance is number one. Taxes are number two.
Well, with that, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any further questions. I'm glad to support the application and welcome the applicants to Nevada.
Thank you.
Other
Ms.
board members, any questions? Motion? Hearing nothing else, I'd make a motion for the approval of the various TOIs associated with this. I'd also request that Attorney General's office look at the Mahoney transaction, lack thereof, and taxes by the prior owner. And whatever action to move or not move.
This is Member Nylander. I would second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say
Aye.
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 Approved unanimously. Good luck and thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That takes us to Southern Nevada Growers, item D.
Chair Douglas, members of the board, for the record, David Staley, Chief of Investigations. Item D is a TOI application from Southern Nevada Growers LLC. TOI number 21036 was filed by Southern Nevada requesting approval for an existing owner, Stephen Spielman, to acquire 100% ownership by buying out all existing members. Staff identified an area of concern with TOI 21036 because Southern Nevada filed late or incomplete tax returns with the Nevada Department of Taxation 47 times during the last 3 years. CCB staff have provided potential options for the board's consideration to proceed with TOI number 21036. I'm available for any questions, and my understanding is that Amanda Connor and Stephen Spielman are available to address any questions you may have as well. With that, Chair Douglas, I'll turn this item back to you.
Thank you. Good
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. Amanda Connor for the record, and with me today is Stephen Spielman. As Mr. Staley indicated, the proposal is for him to buy out the other members of Southern Nevada Growers and to own the entire company. We did provide a response to the late filed taxes. Mr. Spielman does understand the seriousness of it. He's a longstanding Nevada businessman and knows the requirements to file taxes. I don't know if in the report it indicated to you that, but basically since even a little before COVID, these businesses have been under minimal operations or temporarily shut down. Prior member passed away who was the active on-site owner. And so Mr. Spielman, when he takes it over, will be bringing in new management to actually get the operations up and started. And unfortunately,
Mr. Spillman was not actively involved, but the individual overseeing the operations had a misunderstanding of some of the tax filings. At least that's our understanding. Those issues have been resolved. They did get a letter of good standing from the Department of Taxation. So it's my understanding at this time they are in good standing. And Mr. Spillman has committed that moving forward, he is going to bring in new management to oversee the operations, but also bring in new accounting individuals to advise him on tax filings. We would kindly request that this transfer of interest be approved, and we are available for any questions if needed.
There was a note in the report that you're currently working with the Department of Tax to resolve any outstanding issues as to delinquent tax returns. I know that there was a letter about good standings, but these seem to be kind of different things in terms of what didn't get done, where you're at present. So where are we with that?
Chair Douglas, David Staley for the record. My understanding is that Ms. Connor has a letter of good standing from the Department of Taxation that would have brought them current with all outstanding amounts. The explanation for the late filings were provided in the letter attachments to the investigative report. A letter of good standing from the Department of Taxation doesn't change that the late filings occurred, but they do indicate that the licensee is in compliance as of the date of the letter.
Okay. Without going back on the stump again, things need to be paid timely. Any other board member wish to make a comment or question?
This is a member Nylander. I have a question for Mr. Spillman. Mr. Spillman, good morning.
Morning, how are you?
Good. You might want to step forward to the microphone a little bit so we can all hear you. There.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm great, thank you. So it looks like, just tell us a little bit of your plans about how to get this thing revved back up again.
We'll have to bring in a management team that knows how to run the business, accounting, bookkeeping, just everybody across the board, because I'm not going to be the day-to-day operator.
Yeah, and you have several other businesses you operate, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I would note for the record that our records indicate that you certainly do have the financial ability to make this a successful business. And so you've met that standard that's in our regulations. And so I commend you for that.
Thank you.
And you recognize that these folks you bring in are going to have to pay quick attention to these tax issues, right?
Tax and compliance.
Got it. I didn't have any other questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other board member? Do we have a motion?
I would go ahead and move. This is member Nylander. I would move for approval of item number 6D as read into the record. I don't believe we need a condition on this one, Mr. Staley, do we?
No, member Nylander, we do not.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a second?
Member Young, I second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Matter carries unanimously.
Thank you. And thank you to staff who worked diligently on this transfer.
Thank you.
Item number 7, request for consideration of approval of management services agreements. The first matter up is Just Quality and the Cure Company, C-123, RC-123.
Chair Douglas, members of the board, for the record, I'm David Staley, Division Chief of Investigations for the CCB. I'm here to present agenda item number 7, which consists of 2 management services agreements, or MSAs. Item A is an MSA between Just Quality LLC and the Cure Company NV LLC. CCB staff have reviewed the agreement and found the relationship between the parties appropriate. I'm available for any questions, and my understanding is that Arthur Hodge, Patrick Stodd, Robert Allen, Memo, and Adam Fulton are present today to address any questions you may have as well. With that, Chair Douglas, I'll turn this item back to you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, members. Adam Fulton, on behalf of Just Quality, I have Mr. Ronald Mimo here with me today.
Good afternoon. It's Arthur Hodge, and I'm appearing virtually on behalf of the Cure Company.
The management agreement is a precursor to a TOI that's been submitted, and this will allow for the company to continue operations until such time as the TOI is processed.
The only thing that seems to be kind of murky right now is getting folks in for necessary fingerprinting or making a decision. Is that squared away at this point?
It's my understanding that we are working with the CCB to make sure that all fingerprinting and everything is done before operations commence. We're still actually in the process of working with the county to get an SUP for a new location. And so it's been actually a long process because there's an issue with a water line that we're trying to work out. And so it's been a trial to get the SUP. So we've been trying to work through that for a long time. So once we get through that and we get the SUP, then we will move the license to that location. We'll get approval from the CCB for that, of course. And then everybody will, of course, be compliant before operations begin.
Mr. Chairman, David Staley, for the record, our records indicate that Patrick Stodd has a current agent card application on file.
Okay. With that, any additional questions by board members? If not, we have a motion for approval.
Mr. Chairman, with respect to agenda item number 7, I would move for approval of the relationship involving the management services agreement. Under item A, Just Quality and the Cure Company.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
It's Member Young, second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any additional discussion or questions? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Matter carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to item B under 7, MJ Distributing and MJ Holding, C202, RC202, P133, and RP133.
Chair Douglas, members of the board, for the record, I'm David Staley, Division Chief of Investigations for the CCB. Item B is an MSA between MJ Distributing Inc. and MJ Holdings Inc. CCB staff have reviewed the agreement and found the relationship between the two parties appropriate. A full background review of the MJ companies and their operations will be including when the pending TOI application is reviewed. This MSA is a precursor to that TOI. I'm available for any questions, and my understanding is that Adam Fulton, Allison Johnson, John Goss, Ernest Zobrist, and Paris Boularis are present today to address any questions you may have as well. With that, Chair Douglas, I'll turn this item back to you.
We have representations.
Good morning, Allison Johnson on behalf of MJ Distributing.
Good morning, Adam Fulton on behalf of MJ Holdings.
We have any other parties present by Zoom, or is that?
I have our Chief Compliance Officer, Mr. Charles Watson, here as well today.
Also have the principals on Zoom.
Thank you. Any representations you wish to make?
Same as my comments to the last one. Is pretty simple. We've got a management agreement that's been applied for the CCB so that we can begin operations. The company is moving this license out to Armagosa Valley out there, and we're working with Nye County to make sure that process is done correctly and completed, and we're almost done with everything out there. And then we'll just perform under the management agreement until such time as the TOI is processed.
Thank you. Questions or representations? Board members? If we have none, if we can have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, this is Member Nylander. I would move approval of agenda item 7B, MJ Distributing. We're approving the relationships outlined in the management agreement.
Do we have a second?
Member Merritt, a second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any additional discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Matter passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
you.
Thank you very much.
We're going to go backwards real quickly on the agenda, back to item number 4, Cannabis Compliance Board versus Seth Holycross.
Chair Douglas, members of the board, for the record, Senior Deputy Attorney General Ashley Balducci. Item 4C will be presented by Forrest Zimmerman at the podium. Mr. Zimmerman is a law student with level 2 certification of limited practice under Supreme Court Rule 49.3 under my supervision. With that, I will hand it over to Mr. Zimmerman to present the item.
Thank you.
Mr. Zimmerman, welcome, and you're being thrown into the fire.
Looking forward to it. Chair, members of the board, good morning. As Ashley said, for the record, my name is Forrest Zimmerman. The third settlement agreement on the agenda, or what was the third settlement agreement, I suppose, is for CCB case number 2022-79. The complaint in this case was filed and served on April 15th, 2022. After receiving a copy of the complaint, the respondent, Mr. Seth Holycross, reached out to the CCB, where he generally admitted to the allegations and requested leniency. Given his representations, counsel for the CCB from the Office of the Attorney General negotiated a settlement with Mr. Holycross that has been memorialized in the stipulation and order before you. Mr. Holycross is representing himself pro se in this matter. The events at issue in the complaint occurred at the cannabis cultivation facility where the respondent is employed. As set forth in the proposed settlement agreement to resolve this matter, the respondent admits to one Category 2 violation for allowing an underage person to enter or remain in a cannabis establishment. The respondent agrees to pay the civil penalty of $1,000 within 30 days after the board's approval of this stipulation and order. And the respondent submitted to the CCB a plan of correction that the CCB has approved, which details the manner and method in which Mr. Holycross will prevent the same or similar violation from occurring again in the future. And those details can be found in paragraph 15. Considering the facts of this case, along with Mr. Holycross's willingness to expeditiously resolve this matter, his admission to the violation, and his acceptance of the consequences, the Office of the Attorney General recommends and requests that the board approve the stipulation and order for settlement of disciplinary action. Unless the board has any questions, the Office of the Attorney General would request the board approve the stipulation and order. Mr. Holycross is available and appearing remotely via Zoom on his own behalf.
Thank you. Mr. Holycross, do you wish to make any representations? Please do so.
Yes, sir. I just want to say I sincerely apologize for what I did there, and just want to reassure you that I've met with the company and my team and have made sure that all employees are aware of our new procedures, or updated procedures, and I walked them through the whole security protocol about signing in visitors and checking IDs, and I assure you it won't happen again.
So you're in accord with this proposed stipulation order for settlement of the action? You agree with it, sir?
Yes, sir.
You know, if there's a plan of correction and it's been submitted, we appreciate that. Unless any other board member have anything they wish to add or say. And council, we're gonna let you off easy this time in. Can we have a motion for approval?
Mr. Chairman, this is Member Nylander. With respect to agenda item number 4C, the matter involving the settlement of the disciplinary action with Mr. Holycross, I would move for approval.
We have a motion. We have a motion for approval. Do we have a second?
This is Member Young. I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded. Any additional discussion? If not, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to skip over item 9 real quickly. That's our regulation 12.065. We'll come back to it expeditiously. We'll go to 10, consideration for approval to extend September 1, 2022 final inspection deadline for Greenleaf Farms Holding.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Steve Gilbert, Chief of Administration for the record. I'm here today to present agenda item number 10, which consists of a petition submitted by a conditional licensee to extend the September 1st, 2022 deadline to receive the final inspection by the CCB. Greenleaf Farms Holding, LLC, or Greenleaf, was issued a provisional medical cannabis cultivation and production license, C-162, and P-105 by the Division of Public and Behavioral Health on November 3rd, 2014, and a conditional adult use cannabis cultivation and production license, RC-162 and RP-105 by the Department of Taxation on June 29th, 2017, all in the North Las Vegas jurisdiction. Greenleaf received a final license to operate and began operations, and therefore did not receive the original October 12th, 2020 notice from the CCB regarding the mandatory deadline of February 5th, 2022 to be inspected and complete appropriate local government requirements. The property owner of Greenleaf's approved location alleges Greenleaf breached the lease agreement, therefore evicting Greenleaf from the property on May 23rd, 2021. The CCB sent correspondence to Greenleaf on September 1st, 2021, indicating that its medical and adult use cultivation and production licenses were being reverted to conditional status as Greenleaf does not meet the requirements to be licensed as operational. The letter also instructed Greenleaf's new facility must be inspected and approved by the CCB and the appropriate local governments no later than September 1st, 2022. On May 3rd, 2022, Greenleaf submitted a request for an extension of its September 1st, 2022 deadline for an additional year and submitted a change of location request to the CCB on June 16th, 2022 for approval to relocate its medical and adult use cultivation and production license to a new location. That change of location request is currently under review. Staff have communicated to Greenleaf that there are no areas of concerns and have asked the licensee to be prepared to discuss its progress at the board meeting. I'm available for any questions, and Mr. Mark Bradley is present today to give a brief presentation and address any questions you may have.
Thank you. For the record.
Mark Bradley, CEO of Greenleaf Farms. Good morning, afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to talk.
What's happening with what you're doing?
First of all, it took us 16 months to actually find a license location. It was like a needle in the haystack. We finally got one. We got our special use permit approved by North Las Vegas in February. We didn't actually sign our lease till June of this year, but the condition on our lease was there was a lot of things that needed to be fixed. The floor was cracked, there was light leaks, the doors were broken, a lot of things needed to be done in the building, just normal settling. It's taken the landlord about 2 months to get this work done. It still isn't complete. Maybe in the next 2 weeks it's done, and then we are going to move forward into bringing it up to compliance for cultivation and production. So we're ready, willing, and able. We've been really waiting on the landlord for this process. To get it done in the next 30 days is probably unlikely. But besides that, we've learned a lot from this industry here, and we think that we have a really good plan moving forward.
Any questions? Statements? If not, can we have a motion to approve for an extension to February 5, 2023?
Mr. Chairman, this is Member Nylander. I would move for approval of item 10, Greenleaf Farms Holdings. And that would be limited to expire on the date of 5/5 of 2023.
the record, February 5, 2023. With that, do we have a second?
Did you say 5-5 or 2-5?
Mr. Gilbert, you can correct me, but I thought the materials, the request was for May 5th. 23.
February,
Is it February?
yes.
Yes, that's correct. Previous approvals have been February 5th, 2023.
Okay, I would amend my motion to reflect February 5th of 2023.
Thank you. Do we have a second as to that?
Member
Young,
Merritt, I second.
that.
Right, we have dueling seconds. With that, any other discussions or questions? Hearing none, all in favor of approval, please say aye.
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 Aye. Madam,
Thank you, everybody. Have a nice day.
thank you. And item 11, approval of and resolution notice of final licensure. Mom's Meds Management and Nevada Wellness Center, separate items.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Steve Gilbert for the record. Agenda item 11A is an informational item presented as a notice to the board of establishments that have been issued their final license since the last board meeting. And we have 2 licenses to note today. Mom's Meds Management LLC, or Mom's Meds, applied for both a medical cannabis cultivation and production license during the January 2018 application held by the Department of Taxation. On April 11th, 2018, Mom's Meds was issued provisional licenses for C203 and P135 for medical cultivation and production facilities in the Mineral County jurisdiction. On May 12th, 2022, CCB staff conducted a pre-opening inspection and audit of the cultivation and production facility, and the results revealed the facility was in compliance with the NCCRs and NRS. A statement of no deficiency was issued on May 18th, 2022, and as a result, the CCB approved and issued a final license to Mom's Meds for medical cannabis cultivation establishment on June 24th, 2022, and its production establishment on July 7th, 2022. Item number 2 is for Nevada Wellness Center, LLC. On December 5th, 2018, Green Mart of Nevada NLV LLC was issued a conditional adult use cannabis retail store license, RD 505, within the Clark County jurisdiction. Nevada Wellness Center LLC, or Nevada Wellness, obtained conditional retail store license RD 505 through the July 28th, 2020 licensure settlement. At the August 25th, 2022 CCB board meeting, transfer of interest request number 21001, transferring one of Green Mart's conditional licenses to Nevada Wellness, was conditionally approved, and on November 24th, 2020, final approval of the TOI was issued. On April 25th, 2022, CCB staff conducted a pre-opening inspection and audit of the conditional retail store facility located at 9030 West Flamingo Road, Suite 180 in Las Vegas. The inspection and audit results revealed some deficiencies and that were not in compliance with the NCCRs, and a statement of deficiency was issued. Nevada Wellness corrected the deficiencies, and an approved plan of correction was issued to Nevada Wellness on May 18th, 2022, demonstrating it has met the regulatory operational requirements in NCCR and NRS. Nevada Wellness Center LLC filed a transfer of interest TOI application with the CCB to transfer its interest in RD 505 to a wholly owned subsidiary to Nevada Wellness Center West LLC, and was approved on June 15th, 2022. As a result, final licensure was issued on June 24th, 2022 to Nevada Wellness Center West LLC for its adult use retail store number RD 505. With that, Chair, members of the board, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any member of the board have any questions? No questions. That's on for information. We will go back to Item number 9, consideration of proposed adoption, amendment, and/or repeal of Nevada Cannabis Compliance Regulation. Regulation 12, package and labeling of cannabis products. NCCR 12.065, cannabis treated with radiation. This was really started some time ago. With that.
Excuse me, Chairman, this is the court reporter. If this is going to be a long item, can we take a break?
We don't know. I hope it's not too long. We can take let's take a 5-minute break. Come back to it.
All right.
We're back on the record at this time. We are going to pick back up with item number 9, consideration of proposed adoption, amendment, and/or repeal of the Nevada Cannabis Compliance Regulations dealing with NCCR 12.065. Have our staff.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. Kara Cronkite, Chief of Audit Inspection for the record. The need for Regulation 12.065 arose when facilities began using new and unique methods to pre-treat or remediate cannabis. The requirement to label treatment methods on packaging or labeling is similar to what is required by the FDA for consumable food items. The scientific article provided by industry even expressed the need for labeling for the purpose of consumer awareness. The language now reads, if any cannabis or cannabis product has been treated with any thermal process, ionizing radiation, chemical, or other processes approved by the board or board agent for the purpose of reducing or eradicating microbial contamination at any time post-harvest, the label must include the method of treatment and the following statement. This product has undergone treatment using method of treatment in bold lettering. Since all new equipment and processes must be pre-approved by the CCB agents, there's no additional burden on licensees or staff. The language clarifies that the approval process specifically for the purpose of treatment of cannabis is what will be required on the label. This should reduce any confusion regarding application of certain chemicals or thermal processes which may not be required on the label. It is important to not only label cannabis which has been remediated, but also treated prior to testing. There are some cultivators who regularly fail testing and are now treating all cannabis prior to testing. Distinguishing on the label whether it has been pre-treated or remediated would create a negative connotation for the remediated cannabis items. Additionally, the language to ensure compliance with testing standards was removed from the labeling requirement in order to reduce the amount of language on the label. This language is now consistent with other labeling requirements such as extraction processes. For example, this product was extracted using butane. As a reminder, the label can be affixed to or included with the package. There were previous public comments requesting this be a handout rather than a label, and the label could potentially be a handout included with the product. If further clarification is needed in the future, we could address it through policy. I will now turn it back to you, Chair, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
The only question I have, there was some comment about the use of ionizing. What's your position?
Initially, that was included because there was expressed concern that non-ionizing radiation could include sunlight. However, I believe with the new language that we could remove the word ionizing and we would still get the message across and be consistent with the intention.
Would you leave you have a comment in ionizing radiation, would you leave the radiation in and just eliminate ionizing?
Correct.
Dr. Young, you wanted to make a comment since
Yeah.
you're the board that was looking at this on our behalf, since you're the doctor and we're not.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I had just a few brief comments regarding this regulation. Obviously it's a labor issue. I would say that, since our workshop 16 months ago, we received a tremendous amount of public comments and comments from the industry. Now, the comments from the public have been universally in support of labeling in regards to post-harvest treatment. And I would also like to say I'd like to thank the industry, including RadSource, Will, Zeal, for the information that they provide. In terms of the comment that was just brought up versus ionizing radiation versus removing ionizing, my only concern that if it only says radiation, that includes everything: sunlight, radio waves, anything. So if you leave the ionizing radiation in, then that's a specific type of treatment. And I would say as you look at that regulation, there's a lot of different methods for post-harvest remediation. And I think the current wording somewhat supports all the current methods as well as methods that may not have been approved yet. And from the research that I've done, they're starting hydrogen peroxide, starting chlorine dioxide. There's another methods that aren't even brought up that could be then added to the method of treatment aspect. So at this time, I recommend that we continue the ionizing radiation, but I'm certainly open to any comments from either the public or the board.
Thank you. Board members, any question? Our staff or Dr. Young before I take any public comment at this point?
I have a question for Kara. Is there going to be a possible confusion about the word treatment, or is there no possible confusion? Because, for example, if something goes through like a butane process, that's not treatment. So what is the common understanding of treatment?
Kara Cronkite for the record. Yes, that's right. So you would be approved for the process specifically. So say you have a butane extraction equipment and you use it just for extraction. While that could potentially remediate product, it wasn't approved for that purpose. It was approved just for regular extraction and to make an oil. Whereas if you get some sort of, say that you want to start treating your cannabis, either pre-testing or after failure, to remediate with maybe like a extraction process, then if it's used specifically for that purpose, that would be the treatment purpose.
So then there are going to be two approval processes. So it's not that you already get your approval. I thought the understanding was, well, you already have to get approval for these processes, but you don't if it's also for treatment.
Kara Cronkite for the record. In my experience, all the equipment that's been used for remediation or pre-treatment of cannabis has been used solely for that purpose. So I haven't seen really butane extractors used for that, because the main point is to send it to extraction, to be turned into a new product, rather than remediation. So remediation is typically when they want to keep the product as a usable cannabis. And so we see radio frequency, we see the rad source machines, we see Willow ozone devices, as Dr. Young mentioned, and those are used specifically and solely for the purpose of treating the cannabis.
Okay, thanks.
Any other board member wish to? If not, we'll open up public. Ms. Rushton?
Good morning, Chair, members of the Cannabis Compliance Board, Director Klimas. For the record, I'm Kimberly Maxon Rushton with the law firm Cooper Levinson, appearing on behalf of Rad Source Technologies. And joining me today,
Good morning, members of the board and Chair and Executive Director. Joel Schwartz of Hone Law, also on behalf of Rad Source. We were Rad Source's litigation counsel in the underlying legal action that led to the issuance of a writ that then morphed into what we have here going on today. I will address a couple of points in the legal aspect of this after Ms. Rushton addresses some on behalf
Why
of.
don't you touch upon what you're going to talk about first? Because I realize that might deal with the word ionizing one way or the other. And
Actually, I was going to let Ms. Rushton answer that. I was going to touch on the approved by the board component, among other aspects of this. But I think that we need to take a step back and remember what got us here in the first place. And there was a couple of things that were said today. And I'm going to say this with all due respect, but I think that we have now spent in front of this body a year and a half trying to solve a problem that does not exist. The problem that supposedly exists is that the public somehow needs a label to tell them that there has been decontamination or remediation. So a product that might have potentially been unsafe because of potential contamination is now rendered safe and usable. And we want to tell them that for a reason that I fail to comprehend. Essentially, what we're saying is, although we have, quite frankly, 5 years now of operations in the recreational space, which was predated by operations in the medical space, we have no evidence whatsoever of there ever being a problem to the consumers with the product that they are consuming as a result of these decontamination and remediation treatments. We still need to give them a label to suggest that there might be a, is actually turning what I would consider in the legal world a burden of proof on its ear. You have competitors that are here also, but RadSource that has presented studies and data that show that its process is safe and effective and accomplishes exactly what it exists. In the litigation, you have a written order that goes through that this is safe, effective, that it has been presented by the court, and you have a finding by the court that it is a safe and effective treatment. And we keep coming back to, well, this is akin to food. Paragraph 24 in the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and order granting RadSource's writ petition for writ of mandamus from July 8th of 2020, paragraph 24, conclusion of law by the court. Marijuana and anything made from marijuana, such as edible marijuana products, do not constitute food regulated by the FDA. Yet we keep coming back to, let's regulate it like it's food. It's not food. If you want something that's more akin to what we're dealing with, we're talking about medicine. And we've already, Ms. Rushton has repeatedly pointed out where the FDA stands with regard to that, which is they don't care about it anymore. Right? So you have 5 years of operations, it's perfectly safe, and yet we keep trying to, for lack of a better term, bang our heads against the wall to try to formulate regulation to treat it like it's food, to tell people that it's been treated like it's food, for a non-existent problem. If you want to have a regulation, I would submit you have a regulation that focuses solely on if there is a problematic product that is going to the consumers. So that's the problem. And now we also are going to come on, and I'll let, again, Ms. Rushton
Let me
expand
back
upon
up
this. I'm sorry.
last statement. You said you should only have a regulation if there's a problematic problem going. This is aimed at material that supposedly has a problem, is being treated, as it says, post-harvest. So it's, this is for things that fail whatever is out there that the companies are doing.
But
that's why they're paying money to the company to fix the problem so the product can go forward. So I have a problem with what you're saying. I'm not understanding.
But the way that this regulation is written, it isn't just for product that has failed and then has been remediated and then is able to pass. This applies to anything that has been treated post-harvest. So it could pass, or so it could be, it's treated so that it can pass without failing. You don't have sterile cultivation facilities. It is impossible. So every grower is going to have the presence of potential pathogens. So just a post-treatment using any of the potential treatment methods in and of itself is, quite frankly, vital to the ensuring of consumer safety. So putting a label on there to tell them that they did this suggests that there's something wrong with it. In reality, this is done to protect them, but that isn't being transmitted or conveyed any way whatsoever. And the other problem that we're going to run into, and this is what I'm saying, is the approved by the board language that is in the current version of the proposed regulation. Ms. Rushton will address this further, but that puts us right back into another one of the problems with the ban that was put on RadSource in the first place, as addressed in paragraph 9 of the court's conclusions, which is an agency engages in prohibited ad hoc rulemaking
when it promulgates standards of general applicability that affect policy without complying with the Nevada APA. You have no process for the approval. It's just saying, trust us, we'll do something and we'll approve it. What's the process? It's not in here at all. I respectfully submit, and again, Ms. Rushton can address this in further detail, but this is well outside the statutory authority that has been granted. And ultimately, at the end of the day, I can see this leading to additional litigations if this form of this regulation is adopted as it is written.
Thank you. Ms. Rushton.
Thank you. For the record, Kimberly Rushton, in direct response to your question, Justice Douglas. The court order also specified that any regulation that was promulgated by the CCB along this line had to use the term radiation and none of the subcategories. And the reason why is, just as Ms. Kara Cronkite pointed out, is the fact that radiation is a broad term and refers to multiple methods of treatment. I think it's also important to clarify the discussion today, members of the Cannabis Board, because there seems to be a differentiation of opinion and interpretation. On the one hand, remediation is product, as you know, that has failed lab testing and has been remediated or treated in order to pass lab testing. Whereas decontamination is just a process that is used, as noted, before the lab testing is conducted. And so you also carve out, again, another stereotype, or not, that's not the correct term, but you also identify a specific area of treatment, which is the post-harvest. Whereas you talk about the amount of treatment that is done pre-harvest when the plant is live. So everything that's put into the soil, the lights and everything is actually going into that plant. And so there's no requirement relative to any of the treatment processes there, but it's specifically stated that it applies to decontamination or treatment, which again, I would defer to the industry, but the majority of us would interpret that to mean decontamination post-harvest, not just remediation. There's also, I think, this warrants clarification relative to the term label, because when you think of the label, you think of the label on the actual product. And so now it seems to be that staff's position is that it doesn't have to go on to the actual product, it can go into the product packaging and then thereby be available. So there's confusion there. But I think what's most important for the board at this point is to take a look at the statutory authority for specific to regulations. And what I'm referring to is NRS 678A.460 subsection 1B. And I note this for your attention because of the fact that it specifically talks about regulations adopted by the board. And it states unequivocally, the notice, what has to be included in the board's notice of any action dealing with adoption, amendment, or a repeal of a regulation. And it says that you must include a statement of the time, place, and manner of the proceedings, which is today, reference to the authority under which the action is proposed. There is no reference in today's notice to the statutory authority in which this is proposed. Also, the expressed terms or an informative summary of the proposed action. Instead, we have language. And so we have to wait to appear here to understand what the intent is. That's not the way the regulatory process works. As the petitioners in this matter, we brought the concern to your attention. We provided an extensive amount of scientific evidence, both back in January of 2021, as well as throughout the proceedings in your consideration of the regulation. We've presented to you white paper after white paper. We've one of which was published by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, outlining, excuse me, the use and effects of irradiation technology. We presented to you the FDA notice of the repeal of the federal regulation requiring over-the-counter drugs sterilized by irradiation to be labeled. At the workshop, we presented letters from academic experts in the field from the University of Kentucky, Agate Biosciences, Frontiers in Pharmacology, and the USDA Center for Plant Health and Science and Technology, as well as the Journal of Food Protection. In addition to that, throughout these proceedings, we presented you with 2 studies that were done specifically on cannabis using RADS technology that demonstrates the effectiveness and the safety of that treatment process. And in addition to that, we presented to you the court findings that specifically determined that the actions of the Marijuana Enforcement Board or Department were arbitrary and capricious in attempting to single out RAD, which I would respectfully say you're doing again now, in the sense that there's a specific post-harvest treatment that only applies to companies such as RAD, Willow, and Zeal. It doesn't take into consideration, again, the treatments done when the plant is actually live and what goes into the plant. And in addition to that, there's been zero science presented by staff relative to the basis for this. We've heard conjecture about the fact that there could be a possible injury or illness created by this because it's radioactive. That's simply not true. The scientific evidence before you demonstrates, again, the effectiveness, the fact that the treatment process, especially in RAD's case, impacts only the flower. It doesn't impact the quality of it or anything related to it. And it certainly does not have a negative or adverse medical effect on the end consumer. So based on the volumes of evidence that we've presented, the lack of statutory support, and the lack of scientific evidence in support of the proposed regulation, we would respectfully submit that the regulation should be repealed. And as always, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
This is Member Young. I have a question for council. Do you believe the consumer has a right to know if their product has been treated? I mean, they've asked for this. Do they have any say in the right to know?
Kimberly Maxon Rushton, in response to your question, Dr. Young, I think that is the reason why we proposed the Exhibit 3 in our filing that specifically stated that if the CCB is determined to move forward with this based on what you stated, that the importance of making sure that the public is aware of it, that the information could be added in the packaging product that's sent to the dispensary. And then if a consumer asks about it, yes, sir, it would be available. So I'm not denying the ability for a consumer to know how their cannabis has been treated. But I think that there are other ways than one, making it sound like it's a warning or there's some ill effect to utilization of processes such as RADs. And two, it could be done in direct response to a consumer's request, maybe even through the CCB's website. These are the treatment processes authorized or utilized in Nevada. But then we get back to the authorization of the process or approval of the process. That's not been defined. And so it cannot go forward.
We've been down that road.
Yes, sir.
We heard you the first time.
Thank you.
If you have
And
nothing
if I
else,
could, Chair, I have one more comment. And that is as a potential positive for labeling. Interestingly, I read an article in Cannabis magazine, High Times, that actually encouraged the consumer to look at how the product is treated post-harvest. And they were specifically talking about patients or people who are immune suppressed, HIV patients, cancer patients, and that they might want to only use product that had been treated because of the decrease. So, I mean, in some ways, the labeling could be a positive for some people that would be specifically looking for this type of product. And if it's not available, then they wouldn't know.
In response to your question, Dr. Young, I certainly agree that it is important that one, that a medical patient first confer with their doctor relative to anything that may be potentially harmful to them. But that's the reason why we included the language for your health and safety. So versus it being a warning or a notice, it says for your health and safety, it would be included in the packaging product only, not on the label of the cannabis product. And then that way the individual could specifically ask the dispensary for further information and detail about the treatment process.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
Board member, before they sit down, anyone else have questions?
I have questions, but they're more for Kara than there might be, than council might want to respond. So is this going on the packaging or the label?
Kara Cronkite for the record. This would be for the label, and label and package are both specifically defined in NCCR 12. So this is specifically for the label, and the reason for that is because if somebody doesn't treat everything, they only treat product after failure or specific items, they wouldn't be able to pre-order all that packaging.
And then, well, maybe, and okay, I'll see if you want to give a stab at this, or maybe somebody else does. What do we want to get out here? Do we want to get the message across that this failed at some point, so it has been remediated, or we want to get across to consumers these processes may have been used.
Kara Cronkite for the record. The intention is to get a point the message that processes have been used so that the consumer can make their own decision on whether or not they want to consume it.
Okay. And then, okay, that's it.
Any of the other board member have general questions? Which are still at the podium. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to say yes?
Chairman Douglas, Director Climas, CCB Board, thank you for having us. My name is Jill Ellsworth. I'm the founder and CEO of Willow Industries. I want to start off by thanking the CCB for your work on this matter. I know it's taken a lot of time and effort to get the regulations where they are today. We've been engaged in every step of the way throughout this process, but as a reminder, Willow Industries is a national leader in cannabis kill step and decontamination technology working here in Nevada and across the country to treat cannabis with ozone. From the start of this rulemaking process, we've been supportive of the board's efforts to improve transparency around cannabis decontamination and remediation, and believe that providing information on product labels was an appropriate and effective way to educate patients and adult consumers. People who consume cannabis and cannabis products in Nevada deserve to know how these products were produced so that they can make informed decisions. It's also a positive step towards applying standards that are already commonplace in other industries. For example, in the food industry, all pasteurized milk includes pasteurized on its label, which help individual customers understand the product they're buying while educating the public about the measures put into place to keep their food safe. However, the details of what goes onto the label are tremendously important. A poorly worded label could confuse rather than inform or cause fear instead of reassurance. This is not a reason to abandon such labels altogether, but instead be careful about the wording. We do have one remaining suggestion on the content of 12.065 that we think would improve this regulation for both consumers and the industry. This latest draft removed to ensure compliance with testing standards from the mandatory label for treated cannabis products, with the label now only saying this product has undergone treatment using blank method of treatment. We believe the removal of this language makes the label less useful to consumers and could cause confusion around the products bearing such a label. While some consumers are familiar with cannabis treatment, most are not, and the deleted language provided important context for the purpose of treatment. So without it, uninformed consumers may incorrectly assume that such treatment was done for other reasons and be discouraged from purchasing a safe product. It's important the mandatory label not only explain what method of treatment was used, but also the reasoning for such treatment to protect public health and safety by reducing the number of microbial contaminants to levels compliant with board standards. We would be comfortable with restoring the deleted language, which was to ensure compliance with testing standards. But if the board would prefer new language, we suggest the following replacement: to protect public health and safety, this product has undergone treatment using method of treatment. This simple and concise message would help educate consumers while avoiding any unfounded fears around approved treatment methods that were intended to protect consumer safety. Again, thank you for your time and consideration of these important issues. We at Willow look forward to continuing to work with the CCB and other stakeholders to promote safety and transparency in the cannabis industry. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Any questions by board members? Hearing none, thank you. Anyone else wish to make public comment? Yes.
Good afternoon, board.
My name is Denise Parker. I just want to start by saying I like go to a dispensary. I would want to know because the most part where I'd be like kind of concerned as like a consumer if I didn't know what like microbials were, I would be like, ooh, what's that? I would be kind of concerned. I wouldn't even be like really care about like what treatment is being used because microbes can be bad or good for you. You know, you have the good ones that help you with your digestive system and then prevent illness, but then you have the bad ones that can produce like fungus, bacteria, and then ultimately have like strep throat or measles or something like that. So I would be concerned with that part. So I don't know if they want to, what however the wording is, but I would want to know as a consumer. But that's not what I came to talk about. Just want to add my little 2 cents. I came to talk about hemp again, basically. And
We're not
no,
we're talking about him. We'll have public comment at the end of.
okay, well that's what I did want to. Oh, public comment at the end of this too. Okay, I'll save it. But I do want to say that I would want to know as a consumer because I would be concerned about what microbes are. So however y'all word it, I really don't care, but I would want to know.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Amanda Connor of the law firm of Connor and Connor. I'm coming up here as a compliance attorney and not on behalf of any individual client. I just wanted to say that I think the proposed language as is may lead to some confusion. Specifically with the removal of remediation and only the word treatment, I heard Ms. Cronkite say that product that is extracted wouldn't need this warning, but that I don't think it's clear that if you request to extract a product because it failed for microbials and then goes through a process that qualifies as one of these, chemical or thermal, I don't see an exemption of why that product wouldn't have to have the labeling. It's the intended purpose of extracting it would be to reduce the microbials because it had previously failed. And so therefore it would, I think, as currently written, require that. So I think there is some confusion on if extraction would need it. And maybe if there is a requirement to get your extraction machine approved for that process versus the separate normal extraction process. Also, the proposed language as is does not make clear who the burden to label it is on. As you may be aware, usually leaving a cultivation or production facility, the compliance label is a bulk label, not individually labeled on each package. And then the dispensary has to relabel the product when selling to the consumer. It's unclear to me if only the cultivation or production facility who use the technique has to place it on their label, or if it must be placed on both those labels and the end consumer label. I would think the goal is to get it on the end consumer label if that's our intent of notifying them, but the language does not make that clear. I just wanted to make those few comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Amber Jansen. I'm here just on the behalf of patients and as a consumer. I think that this is very important what you're doing because as a consumer, I want to know what's in my cannabis. I want to talk to you later about clean cannabis, but this leads to it. Clean cannabis meaning organically grown. While we can't certify it organic, using these kind of things for remediation and decontamination voids any kind of organic process. So if you're a grower cultivating flower, you should not need this practice. And I know people are going to send some backlash on me for this, but there's plenty of cultivators out there that don't need to decontaminate or remediate. If you're remediating, it's because you know you're going to fail, right? Why else are you remediating it? To make it clean. But if you're following practices for clean flower, you don't need to remediate it. And this is important for people to know when they purchase this flower. I want to know that. And honestly, I want to know how it was done because when all this began, I thought Rad Source was the big bad guy. Well, I still don't think that we need it. Of all of them, Rad Source is the most safest. I worked in a facility that did ozone treatment and it ruined their product. It looked beautiful. It smelled disgusting and it tasted disgusting, and we pulled the product off the market. So I think this is huge for customers and patients, and I thank you for bringing this up, and I hope you follow through with it because the patients have the right and the customers have the right to know what's happening to their cannabis. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Tanya Haven, and being new coming into the industry and listening to everybody's speeches today, I guess my concern is how much of the quote unquote magic of growing cannabis and packaging cannabis we're going to give out to the public, because it's still something that we need to keep close to our heart, because it's something that is not being opened up to everybody, and there is a magic and a wonderfulness behind it that we need to keep safe. And by starting to put things like intricate things like this on our label, and then talking about taking it to a pamphlet as well, are we going to be handing somebody a book next time, when they come to buy cannabis? So I just ask that you keep that in mind, that there are still, secrets to behind. I mean, even when my grandmother would take care of her roses, they were always like, this is between us, this is my secret. So I just want you to kind of keep that in mind as well. Thank you for your time.
Do we have anyone in Reno? We still in Los Angeles.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Matthew Blevin. I represent Circle S Farms. We have a rad machine in our facility, which I feel like that gives us some great opportunity to present some real-time facts on what we see and have in our facility. But before I do that, I want to just hold up this, and I want to ask the members of the board if they're familiar with this symbol. Just for everybody. Show this. Is everybody familiar with this symbol? This is the FDA-approved Redura symbol that should be placed on every item that has been irradiated for our food and our consumption. I've spent the last 30 days plus contacting every grocery store, talking to management, talking to their management, trying to find this on a package in a grocery store. Needless to say, I found none. Most of the people that are working in that industry do not even understand what that is, nor are familiar with any terms of irradiation, period. Prior to this industry, I was not familiar with this process, only to find out that we've been doing this for 4 decades, right? 4 decades. And so what we are attempting to do in a short amount of time is to bring a regulation to a public that for most part isn't even familiar with the process, and expect them to make a determination that this is either a safe or unsafe practice, which, with as much knowledge as we have in this room right now, we all can't come to a conclusion of whether or not this is or is not a safe practice, what kind of label we should provide, where the label should be. Should it be a pamphlet? Should it be on the label? When the irony in that is most consumers, as they walk into the facility, don't have that immediate label at the present to be able to go through and sure, if they ask, they might be able to look. But as most people have seen the transactions that take place in the dispensaries, that's not what happens. So what I think everybody needs to come to is just the realization that either we need another workshop to really get behind this, which I'm sure nobody wants to drag this out any further. But what we have is a lack of clarity in all directions. We have one side and tons of research that just says this is a safe practice, does not affect the cannabis, does not affect the end user. Okay, then we have one side that just says, hey, we want to just give people a warning. I think that until we find a common ground, common research, a complete understanding, the labeling needs to be tabled until the proper method is handled correctly. Without that, we are going to do nothing but confuse the consumer and harm an industry that is already under duress. And I believe everybody in this room knows that is to be true. Thank you.
Anyone else in Las Vegas?
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon at this point. It's been the morning. Salpi Boyajian, I represent Flower One. I'm Executive Vice President and Board Chair. I honestly, without going into too much detail, I think you guys have already heard what you've heard. I'm obviously here in support of the rat source machine and understanding the science and technology behind it and the safety behind it. But I think the point that we're all just trying to drive home here, to keep it very simple, I think we've actually seen it right here in front of you, is that there's not enough clarity, and it's definitely going to still cause confusion to the consumer. We use this process, we believe in this process. We wouldn't otherwise use or smoke the cannabis that we grow if we didn't believe in this process. So the way that this is worded right now is exactly what the issue here is. It's causing confusion, potentially branding it as if it is something unsafe. And that's, I think, the main key that we're trying to drive home. I appreciate everybody's time. I think it's been a long morning. Thank you for listening.
Anyone else in Las Vegas?
Good afternoon. I'm Paige Patty. Uh, Chairman Douglas, members of the board, Director Climas, and the esteemed staff, thank you for hearing my comments about the proposed amendments for NCCR 12.065. I believe this regulation still needs further discussion to fine-tune its intended use. As a license holder, I take full responsibility for not being present at the prior workshops regarding this above matter. However, since 2013, this industry has changed 3 governing bodies. And at each level, there has been significant amount of new regulations. Some seem to be more important than others until they get closer to passing, like this particular item. I was asked to get more involved in this matter due to the health implications of this regulation. The latest modification of the language seemed to have the right language with our interpretation of it. And we confirmed that with the CCB staff on a Zoom call. However, after some email correspondence with Chief Cronkite, it seems like our interpretation of the language and the CCB representative's interpretation of the language was not correct. And hence the language as written is confusing. The cultivators might not like what I'm going to say next, but as a physician, if any patient presents to me with a question about medication, I would like to be able to have enough information to be able to decipher its benefits, contraindications, adverse effects on the patient directly and indirectly. With the synthetic medications that we currently use, we are provided with an inserted pamphlet with all the details pertaining to the medication. With cannabis, I believe it would be important to have the details of the treatment during the life cycle of the plant, chemically, thermally, and otherwise, with the details of the processes. In my belief, just a label alone does not provide adequate information. Due to the above 2 issues, I believe this regulation needs more work. Lastly, I wanted to commend the CCB in navigating this nascent industry into a regulated format. And even though I don't like the time and effort, expenses and the fines and etc., we must give credit when due. Since my involvement in this matter, my interactions with the CCB have been absolutely flawless. We requested a meeting with the CCB staff, which was scheduled timely. I was able to meet with the executive director. And when I reached out to the chairman, he followed up within minutes. And Chief Cronkite responded to all my questions promptly and clearly. Thank you for that. And thank you for your time today.
Anyone else in Las Vegas? Anyone in Carson City?
No comments in Carson City.
Thank you. I guess a comment and a question. First comment is, this board has nothing one way or the other as to rad source in this ordinance. It was clear from that lawsuit that this board wasn't part of, but began based on some things that it was about approving or not approving machinery. That's not intent, but be that as it may. but nothing here from this board standpoint, I speak for myself, is aimed at anyone in particular. The question is public education and people having some idea of what might be there. But turning to the real issue at hand, from my standpoint right now, is a statement was made, and I appreciate the diligence of Ms. Rushton as to 678A, 461B, in terms of rulemaking and whether or not we have, in fact, followed the required procedure to get here to make a decision, stay one way or the other. So I would ask our legal counsel to say yes or no, or maybe I'd just give me a clarification as to that in terms of that was a statement. I'd like a response so that board members are aware of if we are following the order or if we have missed a step before we go any further.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ashish Bal, Board Counsel for the record. I would just note that the statute says that we have to have a reference to the authority under which the action is proposed. It does not state the specific statutory section. And I do believe that the notice has included a reference to the authority of the board to promulgate regulations. And so it is my advice that the board is within compliance to act on this regulation here. And if I've overlooked anything, I defer to staff and other counsel.
Any of the other attorney generals in the room wish to weigh in? All right. I note for the record, we did get another piece of public comment from University of Nevada Cooperative Extension Horticultural Hemp Program. Basically, they were wanting to have some kind of supported attempt to at least put information out there. When human consumption is on the table and a plant is being regulated like it is medicine, the importance of regulatory disclosure in radiation should be a primary concern for any producer. The plant material and structure has been compromised from its original form in order to pass these tests. Therefore, the same due diligence in respect for human bodies is only fair. To add to your current proposed regulations, it would also seem only fair that if certain plant compounds are being required as image-based definitions, it would make sense that this notification should also use an image-based logo to show in recognizable manner that this product has been radiated. That was a comment from University of Nevada Cooperative Extension Hemp. Somewhere along the line, we're trying to get at least notifying the ultimate consumer of what they're receiving. We're not trying to tell secrets of what's produced, how you make one thing smell better than the other or saltier or anything else. That's the concern that this board is kind of charged with in the industry. The aim at the end of the day is to protect the public and to protect the industry. That's a comment for the record. Where we're at in terms of adopting or not adopting, that's from other board members in terms of what they feel or don't feel at this.
I have a question. So this is going on the label. Would it go on at the dispensary? Because when they send wholesale product, they're not going to have it already printed on the packaging. So then it would be printed at the dispensary on the like the sticker they slap on or something.
Kara Cronkite for the record. It would need to be on both essentially because the dispensary is not necessarily going to know if it was treated unless the label leaving cultivation or production states so. And then it would need to end up being on the label for the end consumer. We could, if needed, revise the other sections in NCCR 12, like 12.035, for example, to include that disclosure must be on there if applicable. But that can always be done later if needed.
And then I guess just like to give my feedback on it. So I I apologize to Dr. Young that I never weighed in on this sooner. I think the industry needed to weigh in on this sooner as well. But now hearing everything today, it's finally just crystallizing for me that I feel like, yes, the public wants this disclosure. It's just a disclosure. It's not a saying we're not weighing in on the science behind it. It's just a disclosure. But I don't think it's any more important than the other matters that go that are provided to consumers, like soil amendments. That's where pesticides that were used would go, right? Soil amendments.
Kara Cronkite for the record. Yes, soil amendment reports show any amendments that were added to the soil, such as nutrients, pesticides, anything while it's growing, and anything post-harvest would be going on the label.
So I wish I had urged for this sooner and I didn't, so I apologize. But my opinion is that it shouldn't necessarily go on the label. It should be made disclosed like a soil amendment or provided in the list of disclosures because there's already important information in there. And I don't think what pesticides are used are any less important than what remediation is used. So I think it should be disclosed in one of those similar manners. And I do think there's still a few questions that need to be hashed out. And I apologize to Dr. Young and the board that I didn't bring that up sooner.
Any other board member wish to comment?
Mr. Chairman, this is Member Nylander. I would just like to ask Dr. Young if he feels like we should go forward or should we spend more time working on this? I know that in addition to his other job, this is probably exhausting him. So
This is Member Young. I think unfortunately, no matter what we do, there are certain members of the industry that will never be satisfied. So I think we tried to take a broader approach, and this issue deals specifically, labeling for post-harvest, remediation. And the other thing important I think to realize here is that we're dealing with a vast minority of the industry. This represents like 15% of the industry. 85% of the industry does not require this label. Only a small percentage. So could we spend some more time? I'm always happy, this is fine that we could spend some more time. I just don't know if we're ever going to appease everybody. So I certainly, I think there's enough questions from the other members that I do think that probably should spend more time on this and then visit it, as much as I hate to say that. but I do think that we should table this. I don't think we necessarily workshop, although I'm certain that is what is required. But I want to make sure that when we get the final wording on this, assuming it's approved, that we absolutely cover it as appropriate as possible. I hope that answered your question.
it does. Thank you, Dr. Young. I just feel, I want to say that having, observed this and participated, we've spent a ton of time and effort on this. And I think we've come a very long way. And I feel like we're at the point where, sort of how many angels can dance on the head of a pin kind of is what we're into. So, yeah, if it needs more time, I certainly would support that. And my condolences to Dr. Young if we have to spend more time on it. But at the end of the day, I want to give the consumers some credit. Just a label that says, hey, here's information for you, go check it out further. A lot of people do that. And I know it has to be carefully worded, but I would say we've made, our best efforts at trying to bring all these parties together. And as Dr. Young said, maybe we try it again and maybe we just don't ever get there. We just got to go. But I want to make sure we do it in the fairest manner. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Member Merritt, you were reaching for the mic.
Yes, I was going to say the consumer definitely have a right to know. And I was listening to this conversation here. I'm thinking about my own medication that I actually get from the pharmacy. Oh, so often will I get a medication and I don't know what the side effects are or anything. I will actually go take a look. And there is some time where I just wish it would just tell me right there on the label, what was actually in this a medication itself. So the consumer have the right to know. I think as the board, we have a fiduciary responsibility to the consumer at the same time to make sure that the information is available.
I guess the only question for us today, based on this discussion by the board members, chagrin, and I appreciate the time and effort staff has put in thus far on this, is whether or not we want to look at bringing this back in 60 days or 90 days.
This is Member Young. I would even go as far as motion that we, I guess, would table this at this point and revisit this in 60 days.
I would second that motion. This is Member Nylander.
Then I will treat the statement by Dr. Young as a motion. We have a motion second to bring this back in 60 days with the appropriate notices back as to what this is about. So we're gonna file. With that, any additional discussion? In favor, please say aye.
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 Unanimous to continue for 60 days. Okay. We always try to promise to end the meetings the same day we start. So we have a briefing by our executive director and chair. I will just comment that on Channel 5 rants this morning, some individuals were ranting about cannabis in terms of where is the money that's supposed to go to the schools for cannabis. I know that the operators, for the most part, have been providing it. The state is collecting it. That's kind of our obligation. The rest of it's up to the legislature. So we'll leave that at that. But there is a great amount of concern in our industry, what we're doing, how we're doing it, to keep the public safe. It's an exciting area, whether it be special events or the beginning of the lounges. It's something that is here. We have an opportunity to shape it. Hopefully with the input of those in industry and the public, we can shape it so to people say it's a good thing. Our director.
Thank you, Chair. I would just, more as a notice to the board and the public, we had noticed for adoption of the August meeting, a couple tweaks to the consumption lounge regulations. Some we talked about at the last meeting. One clarifies the local's role per the legislation and any potential limits to number of licenses. The other clarifies the grandfathering discussion that we had. And the third item clarifies the continually monitoring of the security cameras as part of that. So a heads up that's out there, and we will see those at the August agenda. That's all I have.
Our next meeting date is proposed for August 23, 2022. And unless a board member has an item they want to see for future agendas, we move to our final public comment, which is open. You weren't fast enough.
How y'all doing? I'm Denise. So I'm basically like touching base on something that I already talked about last time, and that was basically the hemp being deemed as biohazard. So I kind of just wanted to give you like a little bit more rundown. So I kind of did some research because that's my favorite. And I found out that cannabis was the first and the oldest like human agricultural crop that has been grown even like before cotton. And about 8,000 BC, Central Asia used hemp for like fabrics for clothing, pottery. They used the seeds for food, for medicine. They used it for rope and paper and like for other things as well. In 2004 in Turkey, they found that a baby skeleton was wrapped in a hemp blanket, and it dated all the way back to like 9,000 years ago. And I thought it was interesting because since the baby was in a fire, but the hemp fibers were still attached. So having it date to back to 9,000 years ago and have a fire, that was kind of like crazy to me that it was able to still withstand that. In 2010, Asheville in North Carolina, they have Hemp Creek community. So they built all the houses out of hemp. And I thought that was interesting too, because in Europe and Australia, they've been doing that since the 1960s. So I'm kind of like, why are we not kind of jumping onto that as well? And especially since it's like a good insulator, it's breathable, it's fire resistant. And basically, I just want to let you know like what the hempcrete is made out of. It's made out of water and lime. And it's because that hemp it has a like high silica content and it's woody. It's able to bind with the lime, which turns into calcium hydroxide, and then it absorbs with the carbon dioxide to make limestone. So that's why it's able to be made hempcrete. And the benefits, it will reduce the carbon footprint, especially like with shoes and things like that and clothing. It'll reduce the carbon footprint, especially because it is biodegradable, because we usually just toss our clothes out anyway and it's cotton. And it's kind of like, dang, what are we doing with it? And, it causes pollution and it winds up into the oceans and stuff. And that's not good for the ocean life either. And it also cut down the water usage too. Like cotton uses a lot of water to produce, but hemp doesn't. Especially like since we are in like cultivations and stuff, and I work in a cultivation, and we throw so many leaves away. And I'm just like, we could be doing more stuff with this instead of like throwing it away. Even not even talking about the stems too, because even like on an average day, we might throw away about like 100 pounds away of hemp, and that could be used for something else. And also just consider the fact of other cultivations too, not just the one that I work at. So if we could just combine it all together, that could be a lot of hemp that we can use. Also, farm animals can potentially eat the leaves and things like that because it's high protein, fiber, and fat. And it could also help farmers because they're having a tough time with like their fuel and things are getting too expensive for them to even produce the things that they need to help out the farm animals and give us our food. Because as we can see, we already have low production of food, but they have to raise the prices or in order to get out the product and make their money back as well. So we could help the farmers. That would be cool too. And I also looked up that it's like about 25,000 products that can be made from hemp. And I also was kind of disturbed coming on the way here from Washington and Las Vegas Boulevard. It was just a homeless man like sleeping underneath the bus stop. And it's hot outside. It just got finished raining. I'm just like, well, why are you messing with him? You see that homeless people are already on this street, and he's kind of like you messing with just him. And it could just be like a lot more done for them because they don't have the opportunity to have clothing and shoes, body wash, paper towels, just regular towels, shampoo, conditioner. And it could be a lot of stuff that we can make out of hemp for the homeless and even just for us too. It could just reduce all the carbon footprint and just be so helpful to the environment. And I also looked up that the Las Vegas is the ninth highest form of homelessness, and that's like about 1.8% of the population. So that's about 34,000 people that are homeless. Even kids too. We didn't even factor in the kids and how many of the youth are actually homeless as well. And if we use hemp for like paper and things like that, it could also stop having us cut down the trees and stuff. We need that for oxygen. We need it to be clean. So the air needs to be clean. So that's all I have to say about the hemp and just like a little rundown of the things that I did find. Thank you guys.
Good afternoon. Aisha Bowens with Black Joy Consulting. I'm here on behalf of CEIC. I know the decision was already made on item 8, but I wanted to just leave public comment. I want to thank Board Member Nylander for bringing up Assembly Bill 322. That was a bill that we championed with Assemblyman Miller. The bill was set in place to actually is that me? Am I ringing? Ooh. The bill was actually set in place to be a true pathway to ownership because of the low entry level for persons. And so when Chris Anderson brought up this conversation, I was a little amiss, although I enjoyed the word pilot program. It doesn't negate the fact that legislatively this idea was already presented. And I wanted to just clarify that we did make it through the Assembly Finance Committee. It did get held in Ways and Means, and we had bipartisan approval. So what that says is that this is a bill that absolutely could be presented next session and most likely would get through, depending on the industry's commitment to it. But I just didn't. I love the fact that we'll be taking this to the Cannabis Advisory Commission, but I also just wanted to make sure that the board knew that this idea had been presented in assembly and did make it through one of the committees, and that this bill has already been asked to be presented again. And this is what I consider a true pathway to ownership for social equity applicants because of the low barrier of finances to entry. This person that is asking for this is an already established business. They're already in the industry, and there's licenses already available for these persons. So as we're considering this and we're going into the CAC, I just want to make sure that we're understanding that in the original idea, the intent of this type of language, it was to create a pathway to industry, a true pathway to this industry for those social equity applicants. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, board. Tanya Haven. I just want to back up Denise, right? Denise a little bit. I did see online that there was a big issue that they're actually putting plastic into animal feed now. And that, I know, right? And that's a horrible thing to think of because then we're ingesting that. So if we could actually find something better to do with the leftover leaves, the hemp, to be able to put that into the feed and then make happy cows and happy pigs, and then in the long run make happy people, I think that would be a much better alternative than in ingesting plastic. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
I dare ask if there's anything else. Do we have anyone in Carson City that wishes to make public comment?
No comment in person.
If that being the case, I will announce that this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.